I think, is our microphone on? There we go. We're in good shape. Before we get started for the afternoon, we left those final two bills open before lunchtime. 007, I think, and 006, those two. And I wanted to give an opportunity. I think Representative Overmuller, you got back for one, but wanted to give an opportunity for you two to weigh in, you and Representative McGuire. So Representative McGuire, do you have a vote on those two bills that you'd like to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'd like to vote aye for both bills.
Okay, all right. Two aye votes from Representative McGuire. And 007 was the first one we considered. Representative Overmuller, do you have a vote on that one?
I vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Heather, did you get that? Okay, thank you. All right, we are set for the afternoon. Nice work this morning, committee. Appreciate it. Director Reiner, it's been a while. Great to see you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that's my loss. So,
General to you.
Yeah, well,
So-
take it away and launch us into this afternoon program. We're looking
all right,
forward
thank
to
you.
it.
You bet. It is a pleasure to be here. So for the record, Luke Reiner, Director of WYDOT. Mr. Chairman, I do understand that our ability to project slides was lost. And so we'll just go with hard copy, and each of you should have a hard copy in front of you. And if we regain the ability to do the slides, we'll certainly bring them up. Really, first up on the agenda then is director's opening remarks and updates, and I'll rapidly walk you through these. I would like to, at the very end of this, I'm going to invite Mr. Rossetti up for a special sort of discussion on plates, license plates, because there has been some public discourse over the last couple days, and so we thought it might be just useful to just throw it on the table and talk you through where we're at and what we've got going, with your permission there, Mr. Chairman.
So before we get started, Director, I did have a question. When you start removing those orange cones, does that prompt Mother Nature to snow? I mean, it just feels that way, maybe.
Mr. Chairman, sometimes it does seem more than a coincidence, doesn't it?
Yeah,
So
it sure does.
Our engineers are very powerful.
Yeah.
So
Be real quiet as you do it, and then maybe this beautiful fall that we're having will continue. But
yes, sir.
anyway, back to you, Director.
So, all right, thank you. So if you go to slide 1 on opening comments, there's a couple pictures from Yellowstone National Park, the north entrance. So what I'd report to the committee this afternoon is that all entrances to the park are now open. So I was able to go up to a ribbon cutting for the north entrance this last weekend up in Mammoth. And it's a beautiful road. It's narrow, it's winding. I think they're going to have to do some improvements, but I'll tell you, incredible effort by Oftedal and then by a Montana company called Riverside, really to put those roads back together. $70 million in 7 weeks. Lots of effort by Yellowstone National Park, federal lands, and your Department of Transportation, the Montana Department of Transportation. And anyway, it's fun to be up there and cut that ribbon. That did relieve us of the responsibility to plow into Cook City from the east. So Yellowstone National Park has now officially, as of yesterday, resumed the responsibility for ground access to Cook City, and it goes through Yellowstone National Park into Mammoth and up to Gardner. So that's the current situation there. But my hat's off to everybody there involved for a phenomenal job to get those roads open, because they were beat up and they worked hard and fast.
So, Director, just to jump in with you, I've been in a couple of communities affected by the closure up there at Yellowstone National Park, and you just don't realize what you have till you lose something, and you just don't realize what impact that had on those communities, talking to some of the business people. And so all the work that our folks from WYDOT did and state of Montana and the park really important to get that road going again. And it did have an impact this summer. I'm just throwing that out there. And sure sympathetic to the businesses that, lots of hotel rooms were turned back. So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, you're exactly correct. If you go to slide number 2, then another ribbon cutting event, and this one actually happened in September and was up on top of the Beartooth Mountains over the Beartooth Road. This is Highway 212. This is actually on the Wyoming side. It's closed now for the season, but you can see the bridge in the background on the bottom picture on the right. And so that was about a $15 million build grant that we received about 3 or 4 years ago, augmented by Wyoming money and some other money. And it is a beautiful bridge. It took about 3 years to build because there's about 5.5 months of construction season at that altitude. This is about 11,000 feet. And it's not close to anything. Everything's got to be trucked in. And it was a complex bridge. If you look at that bridge, it's actually, there's a slope on either side, and then there's a twist. And the way people like to build bridges is flat and straight, and that is not this one. So the guy who actually built it said it was the most complex bridge he had ever built. So, but they did a nice job. We cut the ribbon on that. And you can see a couple people there in the picture with us. One of them is Superintendent Cam Shawley, so certainly came and celebrated with us there. But my hat's off again to the Wyoming team that helped put that together. If we move on to slide 3, here's
Question from the
Question,
co-chair.
Director. Who was the contractor on that project?
Mr. Chairman and
curious.
Mr. Co-Chairman, actually, the guys who actually built it was Riverside out of Montana, but it was we had the Wyoming YDOT was sort of a liaison as they were building it, and the actual sort of engineers in charge were Central Federal Lands. So because it's a federal highway, so the relationships there were fairly complex, but they worked it out and really had a nice partnership and a great result. Thank you. If you flip over then to page 3, we'll spend a little bit of time on here just in terms of updates. So the Transportation Commission did approve YDOT's budget for fiscal year 23 in the October meeting. And so the budget for us for this next year for YDOT is about $855 million. And about 466 of that, or a little over 50%, is federal money. About 221%, so about 23%, is highway user fees. So think fuel tax and vehicle registration. And the rest is some other state funding, primarily about $70 million in federal mineral royalty. 83% of that budget will go to commission programs. So, think road and bridge. And then 17%, the remaining 17% goes to the legislative programs. So think, patrol, aeronautics, driver's license, motor vehicles, and port entry. And so as you think about our budget, it's always, it's the combination of the two that creates the total budget. What I'd share is would still consider ourselves critically short. Absolutely, we will do the best that we can with the resources that we have. Just as a reminder, we had the dime management study here a couple years ago that really identified about $350 million short. IDJA has helped us in that by about $100 million, but we're still short significantly specifically in state dollars. We are still tightly controlling grant applications and really don't put any in because we don't have available match. The guiding principles that I've shared with you in the past are still true. So first priority and above everything else is taking care of employees. And then you go down, we still ask people to pay their own way in terms of making match and paying their fair share. We still then pay attention to critical safety items. And then number 3 on the list is preserving what we have. And that's preservation for our roads and bridges, and also preservation for our equipment and our facilities. And and we'll keep doing that with the assets that we have. I would share again, like I have in the past, that our analysis is still not enough money going to maintain the assets that we have, and our roads will continue to degrade. So that's just a quick update on the budget. In terms of the IDJA, or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, you should have in front of you two handouts. One of them that looks like this, which is the matrix that talks about where the funding will come in the next 5 years. Just as a reminder on the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IDJA, it is our 5-year funding source, or funding, mechanism for the Department of Transportation from the federal government. And you can see in there what the amounts are estimated for the next 5 years. And I think the numbers probably speak for themselves. The NEVI, we've certainly talked about the NEVI in the past. There is a nice increase every year in highways and bridges. And you can see what else is on there. I think that the two talking points on this is, one is about $100 million more per year than we were getting in the last funding mechanism, which is very helpful. Two, what that $100 million has really allowed us to do is to do the construction jobs that were on the STIP, or the State Transportation Improvement Plan. And that's really a function of inflation. So I think you all saw the numbers that came out yesterday, 65% inflation, like in Teton County. What we estimate is about a 20% inflation across the board on construction. Some items are significantly higher, like steel and asphalt, but across the board about 20%. So there's really the takeaway on IDJA. So it's helpful, it's keeping us in the fight. And so far, we are taking our state dollars and we are matching that. The other item that you asked me to report back to in regards to IDJA was really in the bridge formula plan. And there, you should have a form that looks like this in your packet. And what that is, as a reminder, is we received with the IDJA about $45 million a year in specific bridge formula funding. And that's in the top line on the matrix that we saw before. But part of that responsibility there with that money was that no less than 15% of that money would go to local entities, so municipalities or counties. As we did the rack and stack, because the other requirement there was that we start with the bridges that were in poor condition. As we look to replace all the poor conditions, the ones in worse shape across the state, we ended up spending about 30% of that program for local bridges, which we said, hey, that's great. Our task here is to make the transportation infrastructure in our state better. And so about 30% went to locals. And this is the list of the bridges that will be replaced in that program that I just gave you on that handout. In terms of ARPA funding, we're still working through the process to spend the $35 million allocated for WyoLink, which was about 30 for the state and then 4.5 for locals. And that's the authority to do that is still working through the process. The capacity purchase agreement in ARPA has been approved and will be spent as we go forward. The 2023 State Transportation Improvement Plan was approved by the commission a couple months ago, and each one of you should have been emailed that pamphlet. Okay, so pay attention to what's in your state or in your county or in your district, and if you have some questions, please give us a shout. And then I would close with, on this slide at least, with wildlife projects. So we are still working on the Dry Piney is the road out on Highway 191, where we were talking about putting in 9 underpasses and about 13 miles of fence. And so that project is now in winter seclusion. We completed 6 of the underpasses this year, and some of the fencing, and it's beautiful, and it's going to make a difference. So that's going on. We're also working very closely with the Game and Fish and with the WWNRT to really plan for the next, really what we're calling 3 projects, which is to put in some underpasses over there by Kimmerer based on the new nuclear plant coming in there, then to work on the area around Du Bois, and then go down to the interstate and Halleck Ridge. We've committed to spend $12.5 million, the Transportation Commission did, over the next 4 years now. It was 5 years when we did it, to really augment that effort based on the critical importance of wildlife to our state. Mr. Chairman, that would be a quick update on that slide, pending any questions on that.
Thank you,
Okay, thank you.
Director. Having sat through Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife last week, I will say that anything we can do for those wildlife crossings and for our migration patterns in general, or whatever, I think we're on the right track, because a lot of our wildlife populations are under extreme stress. And so commend you on that front, and really commend Wyoming in general for recognizing how important that is. But thank you, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's an important effort, and we got some, we're part of a great team there, and I think we're going to have some phenomenal results. We met with them like just a couple weeks ago, trying to finalize our memorandum of understanding road ahead.
Well, and the thing that you have reminded us over and over, it saves our motorists too. Thousands and thousands of dollars worth of damage to vehicles and whatever. So good stuff. Any questions for the director thus far? Okay.
All right, I'll move on then, Mr. Chairman, to slide number 4. And really what you see there is a map of the state. And it has what I identify as each one of our maintenance stations across the state. And pay attention to the key. So the key is really talks about what our manning is like at each one of those stations. And I'll talk you through why that's so important to us. Today, we're about 83 plow drivers down out of 400. Okay, based on, like everybody else, the difficulty of hiring employees. And what I share with you and all of the residents of the state is that WYDOT and the men and women wearing orange are absolutely committed to road safety. And that's both on the maintainer side and on the trooper side. And troopers were a little over 50 down out of 208. And so you just start doing those numbers. And so here's what I'll tell you our plan is as we come into the winter season. Says, as the chairman said, we pulled all those orange cones. So it's going to snow. It'll probably start tomorrow, actually. And actually it started already out on the west. So the first thing I'll tell you is we update this map every week. And it's under the purview of our Assistant Chief Engineer for Operations, Mr. Tom Dehoff. And his task there is to really ensure that our roads are clean to the best of our capability. And so the first thing we'll tell you is we will chase the storm. So if it's a storm on the north half, we'll push people from the south up north. If it's on the east, we'll push people from the west to the east, and vice versa. So if there's not a storm in your area, expect to go somewhere else to plow snow. So we'll put them up in hotel rooms. We'll do what that takes, but we'll put trained maintainers out into those areas. And then the other thing we have done internally is we've said, hey, listen, it's a WYDOT mission. And so if you're in WYDOT and you have a CDL and you'd like to volunteer, we'll work with your supervisor so you can come and push snow. So we'll refresh our CDL and make sure they have the appropriate training in the truck. And then we'll get them in, probably not standard rotation, but on a Pacific storm. If we need to augment it, we will. Because I think an important message is that we're doing everything we can to make sure that we have as many bodies as we can tackling the front. Our responsibility is to clean those roads so that you can go to so we can traffic between communities for safety and to support our state's economy, and so kids can get to school. And so that's our focus. I will tell you that the pay raise this last summer helped. Thank you very much. And it is music to my ears to hear that there is another one being discussed, because I do think it continues to be important as we are still losing individuals to other places that do pay more. Mr. Chairman, that's a quick update on that front in terms of manning and where we go. I think the other thing I would share is lots of discussion on how to man our gates, the road closed gates, because those are effective when they have a trooper in front of them. And with the number of troopers, we're looking at, hey, how do we augment that with other law enforcement agencies? And we're working through those details as we speak, because there is a propensity for individuals on the road sometimes to not really obey that road closed sign, road closed gate, and troopers in front of it help enforce that.
So Director, just a real quick question on that front. I had a fellow senator up who has a district on the other side of Casper Mountain up there in the Bates Creek area. And he was, there was a little bit of irritation over the closure of that road out by Clark's Corner, which is between Casper and Alcova, but the road that cuts down to Medicine Bow. I guess my question is, do we work closely with our troopers in that area so that, I thought that we'd always been really good to people who live in those areas, and I mean, certainly we're letting those folks try to get home when it's only the 5 or 10 miles, are we not? Or
Yeah.
what's the deal on
Yeah,
that?
Mr. Chairman, thanks for that question. So first of all, the decision to close the road is not made in Cheyenne. It's made out on the road by maintainers and or troopers.
Right.
And certainly the whole purpose of the WTAP program that we've talked here before is to facilitate you going from that gate to your house. And so the troopers or whoever's at the gate should certainly allow that. We always ask people to sign up for that program. That's what that program is there for. And so, because we only have so many gates, and we're always aware that there is a portion of the road behind the gate that is trafficable. And so that's how that program is made to work.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Director. I think one of the other concerns was to close the gate there when the problem might be all the way down at the rest stop right below the rim, halfway between Medicine Bow and Casper, for example. There's lots of roads that probably have similar examples, but I can understand it's hard to have gates all over the place too, so.
Mr. Chairman, you're exactly right. And in that example, the WTAP program would issue an authorization to go from the closed gate to mile X, because you're right, the issue on that road is typically closer to the rest area.
Yeah, I think so. Thanks, Director.
As we move on then to slide number 5, just a quick update on the NEVI and the EV discussion. So we did submit our plan as required and on time. And we received from the federal government a partial approval. Now, the public comment is they approved our plan. What I'll tell you is they approved the first portion of our plan. We had requested 11 exceptions based on the 50-mile rule, which we've talked about with you in the past, and the 1-mile rule from the interstate. They approved 3. The federal government approved 3 of them, and the next slide we'll walk you through those 3. But here's really the approach that we're taking is we have authority to spend fiscal year 22 and 23 NEVI funds on 7 stations that we agree on. And so we're moving out and we're going to get those installed in support of tourism in our state. The 7 locations that those chargers will go: Pine Bluffs, Laramie, Wheatland, Douglas, Buffalo, Sheridan, and Sundance. We have selected a consultant to help us put out the RFP. We're currently in the process of signing a contract with that consultant, and then we will go about the business of issuing an RFP for those interested in installing and operating one of those stations. Just as a reminder, the stations are about $1 million a piece. 80% can be funded from the federal government, 20% comes from whoever is making that investment. If you flip over to then slide number 6, that's really a graphic pictation of where the exceptions were that we requested, and where the 7 yellow triangles show where the stations will be going. I think the only other thing I would add in this space of electric vehicles is at the bottom of page 5 is the discussion of fuel tax equivalent and collection for EV charging stations, and certainly acknowledge the guidance from this body to get after that. And we are working through that. What I'll tell you is that we are working through some policy issues. I may have a couple to bring to you next year to talk about in terms of how we want to work this as a state. For example, some of the policy issues that we've run into is, hey, how are we going to handle, Wyoming residents? Currently, Wyoming residents pay $200 for the electric vehicle. They pull up to a public charger. Right now, there's not a way to differentiate in-state, out-of-state. So we think right now the answer is, hey, we'll just give them a refund. And so we just got to have a way to do that and make sure that we're good to go there. We have run into some significant issues with not having separate meters. So if you pull up in front of the Holiday Inn or the Super 8 where there's a bank of chargers, when you go in to say, hey, we're the friendly tax collectors, and very soon we'll be collecting a tax from you on these meters. And they look at us and say, well, how are you going to do that? We've got one electric meter for this hotel. And so that's a policy issue we still don't have a final answer to. Probably got some initial recommendations, but have to work through that. There have been some issues with private chargers for fleets, and starting to work on those issues. And then I do probably next year would like to come back with the discussion of the rate. There's currently a rate that is in statute. Our recommendation is probably not correct, and we might need to adjust that. But that's a quick update on that.
Director, the co-chairman's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Director, I understand those policy issues and I understand those difficulties. However, statute says that it shall be collected. I mean, I don't think we would give our retail gasoline fuel dealers the same break. I mean, if they said, well, gee, I just gave them fuel, I can't tell you which pump it came out of. So I think we need to move ahead with this a little more aggressively than maybe you want to, or we have been. I'm not finding fault. I understand all those difficulties and all these questions that have come up, but it is currently in statute that we'll collect the equivalent. And that figure that we're to collect 33.5 kilowatts, equivalent to a gallon of gasoline, I believe is way too high. I believe the number is a lot lower. I've seen as low as 6 kilowatts. So, I guess I would give this some priority. We keep increasing these vehicles, and I think I would I'd recommend we start collecting what we can and enforce this. That's just kind of a policy statement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So these are all being built, these that we're talking about with NEVI funds, right? 80% funds. I'm assuming eventually, I know already there's private ones out there that have been built. So are there going to be different rates? Does the federal government require, is there some, since it's subsidized by the government, do they have requirements to keep the sale of the electricity at certain rates? Or can whoever owns these stations set whatever rate they want?
But Mr.
Director.
Chairman, Senator Pappas, no, that's completely up to the station. So the station can charge whatever they want in terms of, and really that's, it's a business venture. And the reality, as we looked at, and one of the reasons that we went down the road of those exceptions is there's so little traffic on the road today that the return on investment of your initial 20%, you got to think through the numbers. And so, but no, there's no requirement from the federal government in terms of what you charge. So we do have authority for the first 5 years to help with the operational costs. So we're pretty interested in making sure that you're charging something. And so that's, I think, part of the analysis as well. And to the co-chairman, sir, thank you for that guidance, and we'll keep pushing.
So, Director, in regard to the co-chairman's thoughts, we've run out of time in our interim, having done an awful lot of work on so many different fronts, as you know. But I don't think that precludes, if you see something that is a hot enough issue, we could still maybe draft something up and help the department with something as an individual bill. So just that as a reminder. I do have a question, Director. Can you help us understand the focus on the eastern side of the state? There's an awful lot of country up there that we didn't cover with any of these. Is it sort of a phase one and then phase two comes at some future date? If you look at the location of the stations does it just have to be interstate?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so that's a good question. So the rules on this NEVI funding is you have to do alternate fuel corridors first. In the state of Wyoming, the interstates have been identified as alternate fuel corridors. It has to go on the corridors. And that's where the 50 miles go. If you look at the little blue and the little red dots, like in Evanston and in Rock Springs and in Rawlins, those actually already fit the NEVI requirements. And those are Electrify America stations. And so we're good to go there and didn't have to put in an NEVI station because they already count. And so I think what you're seeing is that private industry has invested in I-80 primarily already. So we didn't have to take NEVI money and put it there. And private industry probably has not invested so much on I-25 and I-90, probably based on the amount of traffic that flows through there. At least that's probably our analysis as we look at that. The big picture, which is not here, is eventually, remember, to support tourism, we need to get the nice lady from Iowa with her electric car to Yellowstone. And so we've got to have these chargers off corridor. But we are not authorized to spend NEVI money until the corridors are built out.
Thank you for that.
So that's phase two.
Thanks for that reminder, Director. And the reason that I asked that, having remembered some of that visit that we had over in Rock Springs on this and earlier in the year, all of us sitting up here get these questions every day. No matter where we walk into, we get these pictures painted for us on all kinds of fronts with electric vehicles. So, Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that's coming is on-highway trucks that are electric vehicles. Do the same charging stations take care of them, or is that a separate charging station?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I would right now anticipate that to be determined. If the same charger could work, I think it depends on whoever submits a plan. If they put it out of town, I see it as a space issue. So if you put it close to town and it's a convenience store and you got sort of car slots, But just the ability to bring a tractor trailer in there space-wise, I think would be, but, you know, electric charger is an electric charger. And the 350 kilowatt charger, which is the biggest right now, I'm sure is what you'd use for a truck. It would just take longer on the truck than the car. I would expect it to be a while before you see electric, heavy trucks, large use cross-country with electric, primarily because of the weight. The industry has really said, hey, you know what, maybe there's some other technology. And as I've been reading and studying it, it seems like hydrogen is almost will be the preferred alternate fuel for heavy trucks because it doesn't add as much weight to the vehicle, and the weight's the limiting factor. In my mind, the task for us at White-Out is to start thinking about, hey, how are we doing on hydrogen stations across here? And because I do see it as way more than electric charging stations, I think our task is to, as whatever propels vehicles, we're in the business of helping ensure that a vehicle go from point A to point B, whatever that looks like. You know, maybe we need to reinvigorate, you know, compressed natural gases again, right? And so that was the one from 10 or 15 years ago. And so I think that we're at the cusp of some significant change in that space.
So that 80-20 match that we're talking about with this set of funds, Director, does that include the laying of that power structure, the piece of grid that you're going to have to get to a charging station? Because that, to me, seems to be one of the biggest lifts, is it not?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that 80% and the 20% would certainly include bringing in power. Now, the good news for us in the state of Wyoming along the interstate is that our initial analysis done with utilities and the PSC was that there's lots of power in close proximity, and it's not an inhibiting or limiting factor. In fact, we requested no exceptions based on power. So from a dragging in power standpoint, it's good news.
Okay, thank you. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Director. I just have a couple quick questions. One is Laramie. I see Laramie has a Tesla site already, and it's been chosen as one of the NEVI sites. But secondly, could you just, I see on page 7 of the slide, could you just briefly go over the Wyoming Zero Emissions Vehicle Working Group and how that group is chosen? Because I see that you pointed out that they're responsible for selecting the grant awardees, and it looks like you're also anticipating that that's going to start happening here in the fourth quarter of this year. So could you just give us a brief understanding of that group and then comment on Laramie?
Go ahead,
Mr.
Director.
Chairman, Representative Baker, so if you flip over to page 7, I think that's sort of the cusp of the questions from Representative Baker. So in terms of the Zero Emission Working Group, that is one of the important things on this NEVI plan that I always ask people to remember is not a White-Out plan, state of Wyoming plan. And the group that put it together was the Zero Emission Working Group, which was really formed at the direction of the governor. So the governors had a rep on it, we had a rep on it, the Department of Ag had a rep on it, Wyoming Energy Authority, and I don't have those all memorized, but it was interagency working group to talk about where we're going. And we call it the Zero Emission Working Group, really to this discussion of it's probably more than electric, hydrogen, CNG, and there's other technologies that are coming. White-Out, we did become the lead of that. And so just in our role as in the Department of Transportation. Other states made other options, and their Department of Transportation may not have been in the lead. But that's a Zero Emission Working Group. So formally a group led by us that will work in this space. And so as the RFPs go out for whoever wants to put in one of those stations, the actual Zero Emission Working Group will analyze the RFPs, the proposals, and then select the final vendor. Now we'll use, because there's so much federal money and it's flowing through transportation, we'll use our transportation contracting procedures in that, but the decision will be made by the Zero Emission Working Group. So that's the purpose of that group. In terms of Laramie, Laramie does indeed have a station. What you see there is there's a little blue dot there also in Laramie, which is a Tesla station. Right now, Tesla is still proprietary. And so while those chargers are there, most vehicles can't use it, or the non-Teslas can't use it, which mandates then that we need to put in a NEVI station there. There is rumor that Tesla could become forward-facing and change it so everybody could use it. If that happens, then that particular station, to the best of my knowledge, fits the 1 mile rule from the interstate or is close enough, we should be able to get a waiver. And then we will not have to spend the NEVI money to put in a station there. So we're going to start with, or my intent would be to start with the communities that don't have a potential NEVI station that's currently a Tesla station. So there's like Sundance, right? There's nothing there. So we'll put one there in Pine Bluffs the same way.
The announcement regarding that, the Tesla stations would probably come out on Twitter.
It might well, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
I'm just thinking that-
Absolutely.
that's probably
There
where you
might be a
find it.
combination there.
Yeah. Go ahead, Director. Anything else? Mr. Co-Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Director, with the Tesla stations being dedicated, and that's the only thing they're used for is to charge Tesla vehicles, can we start billing them for their equivalent taxes?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, that is part of the process that we're working. So the answer is yes.
And a follow-up, so when will that happen?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, as soon as we can get there. Our goal is the spring.
Okay.
Senator Pappas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On your map, there's the orange dot that looks like it's Electric American Station. Can you tell me what those are? And I know there's a station that's been built here in town over in the parking lot by Target, but it's been like a chain link fence around it for months. Is that the Electric American Station, and is this a different company? And can you shed some light?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, so good question. So if you look at the legend, there's a dot that says NEVI Electric American Station, and then there's a dot with a dark circle around it. That's the Electric America Station. So the difference is the one with a dark circle around it, it's the same station, but it doesn't fit the NEVI requirements of being within 1 mile of the interstate. And so it is, if you're putting in a station, there's so few of these electric cars right now. Our goal is, from a pure economic standpoint, we don't need all the stations, right? And so there is starting to be a lot of competition here. So you're right. There's the one up by Target with the fence around it. And at some point they'll get that fence off and we'll start using it.
Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, but that's not built with NEVI money at all, right? It's just somebody privately built it.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Director.
Senator Pappas, correct. It's built with all private money. We have spent zero NEVI money to date on these chargers. Mr. Chairman, maybe I'll move on then to the next phase of the update, which would be on another one of your very favorite topics, otherwise known as the Transportation Information System. And we do owe you an update on that. And for that, I'd really like to invite Mr. Rossetti and Mr. Sheehan forward to really help with that.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
So, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll pass the baton to my right.
Absolutely.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Timothy Sheehan, Deputy Chief Information Officer and Deputy Director of ETS. Just a quick update from our side. We are still in the thick of RFP proposals. I believe we talked at our last meeting, we did offer a couple extensions for those respondents to have a little bit extra time to ensure they can give us the best product they can to review. The team initially met, I believe, on October 10th to kick off that review process. So the initial review of all of those respondents have been completed. The next phase will move into oral presentations, and that'll kick off next week. They are 4-hour sessions. We are seeking very specific use case examples for them, and we'll ask them their final questions. And then I will defer to Mr. Rossetti on some of those internal next steps. But before I go there, I just want to reiterate YDOT and ETS's commitment on this project. ETS has also assigned some additional resources, and our teams are meeting continually to ensure that we can get the best product for the constituents and for YDOT.
Mr.
Mr.
Rossetti,
Chairman,
go ahead.
and Co-Chair, Taylor Rossetti, Support Services Administrator at YDOT. And I think one of the things I did want to point out was, as Mr. Sheehan did just point out, the big date that we really needed to report on here occurred on October 10th, which was the day that we basically met as an evaluation group to actually evaluate those proposals and start shortlisting the proposals. You probably are aware that the quarterly report that was submitted to you guys was very, very high level and didn't include that information. And that was basically because it hadn't occurred yet. As we move forward, I think the quarterly reports will start to have a little bit more meat in them. I think we will start to be able to start sharing, how many people we shortlisted to, what the actual process looked like. But right now, with it still being an open RFP, it's a little sensitive to share a lot of detailed information. The only other thing I would add to the timeline that Mr. Sheehan brought up there is in addition to doing the oral presentations, we're also in the process of doing some detailed reference checks. So we got a team together. We established some questions that we wanted to ask the proposers, the people who have done work with those proposers, to make sure that we are comfortable with the people as we move forward. You're aware that usually if you give somebody as a reference, they're probably going to give you a pretty good reference. But we did try to get some questions, that really talk about, okay, if you were staff limited, how did the vendor work with you guys? If budget was a concern, how did that work? So, I mean, we're really trying to work through those issues in a very sensible manner. And to Mr. Sheehan's point, we're trying to deliver the best product for the citizens of Wyoming and at the direction of the legislature. So that's all I'd have.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Rossetti, are you using some sort of objective criteria to score these companies? I know that there will be some amount of subjectivity in it, but are you using a objective criteria to say score them? You've selected 4. What I want to make sure is that, and I'll just be blunt about it, I hear from companies saying we were excluded, we don't know why. It all comes to me because that was my bill. I thought I would, it passed, I would forget it. And that hasn't happened. The reason you're here. But anyway, are you doing something like that? And are you letting companies know specifically maybe why they didn't make the cut?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Rossetti.
Co-Chair. I'll take a stab and then Mr. Sheehan, I may have you step in too. But yes, it is absolutely a combination of both the objective and subjective criteria, right? But what I can say is the RFP was extremely detailed. I think we had around 900 requirements that we asked them to address in that proposal. That was one of the criteria under which that we evaluated those proposals, right? So if a proposer came in and didn't meet those criteria, obviously they weren't meeting the intent of the RFP, which would potentially knock them further down that list. Now, in regards to will we debrief them? We will absolutely debrief them, but we typically, in standard process, wait until the actual process is over to conduct that debrief, just because it is always possible we enter into negotiations and can't get our first one on the line. We've got to move down. So we try not to get out in front of that. We will do and offer debriefs at the back end of this process so that those vendors understand why they did or didn't move on to another round.
Well,
Mr. Co-Chair.
so for either of you, Mr. Sheehan, Mr. Rossetti, So are you getting the quality you want from these vendors? You know, when you look at other states, I've seen any number of reports on horror stories from other states where they've done the similar thing, and I applaud you taking a specific step-by-step approach to this, but they've just had a terrible time with it. So are you taking your time, making sure that what we get is a good product? I don't want this thing to come down 2 years from now and say, boy, they really messed up and we're back to square one.
Yeah, the concern is they know that who sponsored the bill in the first place.
Yes,
You know,
it's going to run downhill.
I'm kidding. Mr. Sheehan,
Mr.
take it.
Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I believe we will receive a fine product and the responses we have. I think one thing that bodes well for Wyoming, as we highlighted at the last meeting, we had one of the highest response rates. And I credit the team who all spent the time working on crafting that RFP to make it so it was such an RFP that we could bring in that many responses back. So we were pretty thoughtful in how we crafted it. Even in the process, we did change up. We were going down a road prior to, and we kind of took a left turn to kind of chunk things out, as we talked about before, so we can very fine-tunedly hone in on these specific phases that we're working through.
Other questions, committee? I actually have one, Mr. Shan. Can you just remind the committee why this system is so important? We've touched on that before, but this is a lot bigger than just driver's licenses.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I will take a stab at it. I think Mr. Rossetti did a fantastic job on that on the last meeting, but this is a particular system that literally touches every part of the citizens of Wyoming in one form or another. It's not just driver services, it's not just motor vehicle services, it's also our system that's used for voter registration. And again, I'd kick it over to Mr. Rossetti, because I know there's, if you remember that crazy eye chart, bubble chart that the director shared a little while back, that really kind of hones in on it. But you know, those kind of three services are sort of the big ones, but there's a lot of tiny hooks in there too.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Rossetti. I appreciate the reminder.
Mr. Chairman, can I defer? No, actually, I think Mr. Sheehan sets that up right. And I think as we think about the overall enterprise of where we're going as a state for technology, I think working with Mr. Sheehan and the group over at their agency, this was one that's very important. Most citizens in the state of Wyoming have a driver's license. Those that don't typically will have an ID card. And this is one of the key funnels for voter registration and some of those links to evaluate citizenship and things like that for benefits for individuals. It also does serve as a place where other agencies can use the system to be portals to some of those other systems. So this is an important gateway for other functions within government, as we've talked. And again, that is that big octopus chart. It's also why I think we chose to start here as being the basis for that, getting a good solid structure, and then hopefully it supports the vision for IT that we have as a state moving forward.
Thanks for that, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Anything else? Okay, please proceed, Director.
Mr. Chairman, if you flip over to slide number 9, which would really be sort of a good news story, really would like to applaud our highway patrol here in the state of Wyoming. And these are some pictures from the Laramie County Special Olympics truck convoy. And what the truck convoy is a celebration of the trucking industry and its support for Special Olympic athletes. It's a unique one-day celebration in which law enforcement escorts convoy of trucks, through their respective towns. It takes place in actually 32 states and 2 provinces in Canada. In 2022, they raised about $13,000 locally here to support Special Olympic sports. And to date, the convoy's raised about $83,000. And this year here in Wyoming, about 72 commercial vehicles participated, and about 25 members of the Wyoming Highway Patrol, in addition to 10 first responder agencies. So nice event, and to a worthy cause. And it is, I think it's always important to realize we're all part of the community, and it's a way for us all to participate and support each other. With that, Mr. Chairman, certainly we'll look forward to the next day and a half of talking some real specific stuff at WYDOT. Certainly proud to be employed and working, in support of the state. When we started, I think we talked about license plates, and I think what I'd like to do is kick it over to Mr. Rossetti to just talk about the process that's used to identify license plates, how we compete, how we pick the colors, when we start printing them, and because I suspect all of you may be receiving questions from your constituents, and informed is informed. So with that, Mr. Rossetti, please.
Mr. Rossetti, tell us about these black license plates.
Mr. Chairman, I never in my life thought I'd be here defending the Wyoming flag as a positive thing with a whole bunch of negative press behind it. But I do think it's useful to have a discussion about how we got here. So the actual elements that are on a license plate, and actually, Mr. Chairman, if I may ask for a little bit of a breach of protocol. I have some plates that I think help represent the discussion, if you'd allow me to show them.
Absolutely. You have my permission.
Thank you, sir. So as we go through this, the design of the license plate is somewhat prescriptive in statute, right? So the legislature has told us there's certain things they'd like on the plate. One of those things is the name and the word Wyoming. The other thing is typically we use Steamboat on everything. Those are great elements. We incorporate that into all of our designs. Beyond that, we're required to use reflective materials and things like that, and that's all for law enforcement and to help identify those vehicles as they're being used. There's also a provision in statute that does make us change the design of those plates on an 8-year cycle. So again, we're there because the current plate series started in 2017. The plate that has been out in the press right now is actually the 2025 model, so that's that 8-year cycle we're talking about. I think as we look through that, one of the things we've learned over the last plate cycle is the 2017 edition was flat top or square top up in the Green River Lakes area. Great area, love that area. Was not super well received when that came out in 2017, but one of the things we learned from that process was good photography on our equipment does not reproduce well. Right? It is not discernible to people of what that is. So as we were thinking through designs for this, we were really thinking to go back to more stylized artistic things. And you guys probably remember some of that from the past. Artistic renditions of Devil's Tower or artistic renditions of the Tetons, right? We'd done that, we'd been there, and we didn't feel like it had been long enough to go back to that state. So where we started was we said, okay, what's the purpose of the license plate? The purpose of the license plate is really to identify the vehicle and assign that to the operator in the case of law enforcement and actions related to that. So we said, okay, what we need to do is simplify. One of the things that we can do is we can always go back to history, right? So we looked back in our history of license plates to see what sorts of things we had issued. So some of the ideas that we played with were something like this. Some of you may have seen this. We did a representation of this when we had our 100th anniversary in 1917. So this is what a 1917 license plate looked like in the state of Wyoming. It's a rough representation of what that looked like then. So that was, again, taking a nod from history and trying to take a stab at, hey, that's a date that means something to us at WYDOT. The other thing that we then looked at was okay, in 1924, this is kind of a representation of what that plate looked like in 1924. So again, that's about 100 years from when this plate would become available. The next thing that we did was we looked at what 1925 looked like. So this is what a plate looked like in 1925. Again, that's 100 years from when these plates become issued. So those were some of the ideas that we played with that are really good to you can really see those plates. Then the concept was okay, what's something uniquely Wyoming? And the flag, I think, is very uniquely Wyoming, right? The buffalo is very identifiable, the red, white, and blue is identifiable. This was a rough mock-up of what that plate could look like. So as we went through those discussions, and we had the conversations, and we printed these plates off, and we really looked at them, the commission chose to take the direction of going to the flag as the background. Now, you'll notice on that representation, it's got black letters on it. What we found during reproduction is the visibility and actually using it as an identifier on a vehicle for law enforcement purposes. It was better to go to a truer representation of the flag, which is actually a navy background, and go to white numerals, right? That is almost optimal as far as the contrast that you need in order to make these truly useful. So then what you have before you is the alleged black plate. It is actually navy blue, and what I've got here is a chip of the Pioneer plate that is truly black, and you can see between the two that there is absolutely a difference. And there's two other things to point out there. These will be mounted on vehicles outside in natural daylight, so they actually do not look black in the natural daylight. The other thing that they do occur is they do fade over time. The materials don't last forever, which is why we replace them every 8 years. So by going to the darker background and having the contrasting white numerals, I think we've got about the most optimal contrast between the two that we can, so that plate is still uniquely Wyoming and does serve to identify vehicles. So that's how we got here, Mr. Chairman.
I think I speak for many, Mr. Rossetti, in saying that I'm grateful that that's dark blue and not black, so.
Mr. Chairman, one last thing too. I think the director alluded to this. So we do manufacture those plates in-house. So we are well down the line on those. We've probably got 1.5 million, 1.7 of those plates made. We get going on that as early as we do because we do that in-house. And the actual decision on the design was made back in 2019. So that's how far in advance we plan this. We're 2 years into a plate series and we're already looking at going to the next one.
So it wasn't us that made that decision, is what you're saying, Mr. Rossetti. It was those guys back in 2019 on this committee.
Mr. Chairman, I would take a little bit of a hit on that, and I did work that through the commission as the department is prescribed the authority to design that plate.
Thank you for taking a moment to walk us through that again, Director and Mr. Rossetti. It's very helpful. Anything else regarding license plates?
Yes.
Mr. Co-Chairman, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at the bottom of this, we have a travelwyoming.com website. So is the department getting any money from the Department of Tourism for advertising for them? I think $5 a plate should be appropriate. You're doing their advertising. If you want to advertise on their website, they want money from an individual. Turnabout's fair play.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair, I believe that as a department, we are trying to be good partners with other state agencies. I think with regards to charging another state agency, it would likely be a policy decision of this body and the body as a whole to go down that road. I don't have an opinion on that one way or the other.
Very political answer. Very well done,
Yes.
Mr. Rossetti.
Yes.
You didn't just fall off the potato truck, did you?
One last thing, Mr.
Well, and he
Chairman.
does get some gas tax out of this
Yeah,
deal,
yeah.
you know.
So,
Mr.
and
Co-Chairman.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for the license plates. We've got a lot of questions that have come into us, and we appreciate the information. And I remember when we took the split buck and rail fence off of the license plates, the loud hue and cry over that. The people didn't want that. And, you know, as the old saying goes, two things people hate the most are the way things are and change. So
There you
thank
go.
you.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, my constituents, either they like it or they hate it. Doesn't seem to be anybody in between. There's about equal dislike it and like it. but I haven't heard anybody say, oh, it's all right, you know, kind of a thing.
That might mean that it kind of hits right in the middle, Senator. Yeah, so.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Anderson, thank you for that. I may lose some family members over this design, so.
Yeah, we, the one thing that's the most constant in life is change, and the thing that humans hate the most is change. But Director, back to you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and my thanks to Mr. Rossetti and his crew for what I think is really some exceptional work in this space and working through what the place looked like. We'll be back into that process here in 2027. So stand by for that. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude our update, pending any further questions you've got. And then,
Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. When it comes into a design process with plates, is there a public comment or an input section when we start doing that? Or is it all just internally within the commission?
Mr. Rossetti.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Burt, that largely hasn't been a public process. It usually is done internally as prescribed in statute.
Senator McEwen.
When I get my new plates, will I get a chunk of the black one too to put on it so I can prove it's not black? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, talk to me outside. Maybe I can help you out.
There you go. Thank you, gentlemen. We're all set, Director. Unless you've got anything else, we'll move on to the next topic, which is crosswalk presentation. I know you've all been involved in that too, and we look forward to that
Mr.
information.
Chairman, did you need public comment on opening comments?
Oh, we better do that. Thank you. I would throw it open to public comment. Do we have anybody online, Heather? Thank you. Anybody like to come forward and offer any public comment on the topics thus far that we've touched on with our transportation department?
No.
Any public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment and let's go to crosswalk presentations. I know there's been some work going on in another legislative committee or two, and we're anxious to catch up and be able to represent some of that work. So thank you very much for being ready to do that for us.
You bet, Mr.
Director?
Chairman. If we'll jump into this, then you should have in your books a crosswalks and pedestrian safety PowerPoint brief. Let me just maybe introduce, first of all, Mr. Joel Mina, who is our state traffic engineer. He will do most of the presentation today, and I thank him for joining us, but I'll kick it off. Maybe just talking to what got us here today. As you recall, we did have a tragedy here in Cheyenne last year. Young 13-year-old by the name of Mac who was killed walking across the road in front of McCormick Junior High. And he was hit by a mom, delivering her child, and it's certainly a tragedy on both sides. And he was hit in a crosswalk. And so that started a discussion with many. We had another close call in Lander here about 3 months ago. And you may or may not have heard about that on the news, but it was a young lady on her way to school, not in front of the school, but walking towards school. And the light was green on the intersection. And so she started across and did not push the button. And a truck came from the other way, and the light operated appropriately, sensed it, no traffic come from the other way, and turned it green. And so the truck went and hit the young lady. Thankfully, she was not killed. But there's been, that's two examples of many. And so it really started, a discussion across the state on pedestrian safety. And it's a national issue, actually, as the numbers of pedestrian deaths increase across our nation. And there's lots of reasons, and we can go into them if you want. But joint judiciary really started the process of looking at the penalty for hitting and killing an individual in a crosswalk. And so as part of that process, they invited and directed us to come talk to them about crosswalks. So we did about 2 months ago. And at that time, it was really, I thought, you know, this is a transportation issue. Talked to the chairman and said, hey, I'm going over to judiciary to do this. I think it might be appropriate if we came and gave you the same brief so that you know what's being discussed in the transportation realm, you know, across other committees. And so this is the same brief that we gave them, all right? And
Director, thanks for that, because you're absolutely right, and thanks for recognizing that this is the committee that is likely to be approached first and foremost on issues like this. So we appreciate you taking time to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. So if you go to slide number 1, really what I'd like to talk you through today is what our statutes say about pedestrian rights and duties. Take a look at some stats, and then really, we aren't going to go into a great amount of detail because we could spend hours doing it. But then I'm going to ask Mr. Mina to really talk about, hey, how do we evaluate the need for a crosswalk? What different types are out there? And you know, what does right look like? Because just throwing in a construct without a plan or some sort of structure without a plan may not be the best solution. And what we always say is, hey, let's take a look at what we're going to do, and let's make a wise choice as we start figuring out how to keep our roads safer. So then if you flip over to page 2, I'm not going to read all those statutes for you, but I think what jumps out at you is that there is a lot of direction already in statute about the requirement for pedestrians to obey signal devices for their safety, and also then for vehicles to be careful and to yield to people in crosswalks. In terms of statute, it's well defined on duties and responsibilities. And as we sort of looked at and analyzed what was going on, we did not come up with any really required statutory change. We think the statutes are fine. And really what it becomes is, you know, following the rules. And as Mr. Mina will talk to you about, in some cases, really the goal is a safer structure or safer infrastructure. So with that in mind, if you flip over to page 3, what you see there is statistics. And so maybe I'll start on the right and just work down there. So these are the stats from 2021 in the state of Wyoming regarding pedestrians. Now, a pedestrian could be more than a person walking. So you see there, it could be on roller skates or a wheelchair or a stroller, or, you know, basically it's not in a vehicle, right? Because it's sort of unprotected. And we had 12 fatal injuries in 2021. You can see 7 were male, 5 were female. 88% of those occurred in an urban environment, and the rest were rural. 27% were at a crosswalk, which means that the rest of them weren't. And 65% occurred in daylight, because oftentimes you think, maybe it's a nighttime deal and people are walking in dark clothes in the dark, and that certainly happens. 67% were in the daylight. And then you look at the age groups, and sometimes you think, there's a lot of problem with young kids. And you look at the stats there, and it's almost an inverse bell curve, where you've got, you know, certainly under 14 is high, and then you slip over down, and 55 to 64 is right there with the 14-year-olds. And so there's the stats. If I go over to the left then and talk about what's out there on the state highways that WYDOT maintains. And remember, WYDOT is responsible for 6,733 miles of road. There's over 30,000 miles of road in the state of Wyoming, and I'll show you that chart next. So there's many, many, in fact, most of the discussion today is on roads not maintained by YDOT. But if you scan down what YDOT maintains, you can see, 950 crosswalks. We've got about 50 school zones, 300 traffic signals, and we've got some hybrid beacons across the state. So if you flip over to page 4, then really what you see is the first discussion that you always get to when you start talking about crosswalks is, hey, who owns the road? Because that's who owns the road matters, because that's who has to take responsibility. The unfortunate tragedy here in Cheyenne was the City of Cheyenne Road. The one in Lander, that belonged to us. And so that's the first question you got to ask. And you can see on that slide that 23% of the state, of the roads in the state, are the responsibility of YDOT. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to kick the mic over to Mr. Mina and let him walk you through really the rest of the brief.
Okay, thank you, Director. Mr. Mina, please introduce yourself for the committee and for those at home and those listening on the stream. How about that?
Okay, I'm Joel Mina. I'm the state traffic engineer, which includes signs, signals, pavement markings, work zones, and all those cones. I'm going to talk about step 2 and some of the particulars in my expertise.
You're going to be careful when you pick up those cones, aren't you? Just do it real quietly and.
Yeah, I like golf.
Yeah, same. You and me, babe. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Mina, for being here.
So the majority of the questions I get typically come from the public, and they don't know state highway from a city street or a county road. I'm here to talk to you about if it's a state highway, which these roads right outside the Capitol are state highways. They have traffic signals. How do I get a crosswalk? Normally it's speed zones. I need the speed reduced, but crosswalks do come up. First of all, we got to look at, is the site conducive to a crosswalk? Are the speeds low enough? Is it at the bottom of a hill? We don't want that. Is it around a curve? Sight distance good? Is there actually sidewalks for the crosswalk? There's a number of factors that right off the bat, we're not going to study this. It's a no, which is not conducive to public safety to put a crosswalk where it's unsafe. And it kicks down to, if it's a yeah, we'll move on, then we do a traffic study, sometimes just a judgment. A lot of these stem from a safe routes to school plan. A lot of our crosswalks, the 45 zones the director talked about, their speed limit 20 when flashing. There has to be a study done for that speed limit. All right.
Mr. Mina, let me back you up. You said something in passing, and maybe you're going to come back to it, but there are roads within some of our urban environments that are still state highways. And you mentioned outside the Capitol, and that's central. I just got the answer from my good friend to the left here. So we'll come back to that. But in many of our towns, there's still state roads that go through there, and it might not even be the main artery.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I meant Central and Warren.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I meant outside the Capitol building. Beautiful building.
Yeah. No, I got you that far. I just didn't know which one we were talking about.
I'm on slide 6. There's different types of pedestrian crosswalks. I think it's pretty important for the motorists that you put these where they don't expect pedestrians to cross. This is a marked crosswalk, signed and marked. All our crosswalks are signed and marked. Typically, you put them at complex and confusing locations or at traffic control signals. As the director stated, we have 300 signals on the state highways through our communities. And the vast majority have 3 or 4 crosswalks painted at those signals. So a marked crosswalk shall be used at the following locations: designated pedestrian crossings, designated mid-block crossings, signalized locations, and pedestrian hybrid beacons. If you're not familiar with that term, a few of the communities, Laramie, Cheyenne, Pinedale, Douglas, Sheridan, there were 2 red beacons and a yellow one. They're activated by a pedestrian button, only when the button is pushed by a pedestrian. In a may condition, these crosswalks may be used at the following locations based on a traffic engineering study or judgment. Complex, really confusing crossing locations like a free right turn, roundabouts have crosswalks on them. And then intersections in the CBD, Central Business District, like downtown Cheyenne, where pedestrians are abundant and you want them to cross at the intersection, not where they parked, or go to the intersection, so a crosswalk could be put in. Typically, those speeds are 20 miles an hour. Slide 7, still on the types of pedestrian crosswalks. Mid-block crosswalks, these are typically used in really the higher volume locations. Wyoming doesn't have very many at all. The demand is key at the mid-block. I believe we put one in Jackson because of the mid-block demand, and the signals were way too far away, and the tourists were crossing at this point. And then the last type is pedestrian grade separations, and that is a may, and the study should be done. And that does necessitate a lot of pedestrian activity. In Cheyenne, I'm sure you're familiar with the two over the interstate, I-80 and I-25, very heavy use. There's one over I-180 or South Greeley Highway, where the old Johnson Junior High was, and up in Casper, Wyoming, up at the mall, right above that to cross Wyoming Boulevard, a very wide highway. We've just built the new one at LCCC. It goes underneath. It's a tunnel. It was just completed this year.
That one up by the mall in Casper, that's one of the best districts in the state, really.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree.
Yeah, there you go. Please continue.
Best golf courses too. Slide 8. So finally, the last type of crosswalk, and probably the one that's really catching the attention.
Representative Henderson has a question, Mr. Marino. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm looking at slide 8, and this is very apropos because we just had a young child hit over here on Central, after we put a radar trailer up there. It'd been there for about 3-4 weeks, over early October until a week or so back. And so this says an uncontrolled designated school walking route crossings on the state highway system. Now, is there, from what you know, is there a reason why we don't have a crosswalk already on Warren and Central going over to Miller?
Mr.
Go ahead,
Chairman,
Mr. Marino.
Representative, from 8th Avenue, which is signalized, to Pershing, there's so many blocks for those kids to cross Central and Warren.
I'm just talking east and west. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just talking east to west. Just keep it simple. I mean,
There's 2 schools, one on the east side, one on the west.
They have one right there at the school, but they don't have one on the most high volume streets probably in this area of the state. I just wondered why not.
Mr. Chairman, that's being evaluated. In fact, tomorrow I'm meeting with the district engineer and the traffic engineer.
Good.
Because in the past it was, how do you get that big block of neighborhood to funnel down to use that crossing? Right? It has to be on a safe routes to school plan.
Right.
The community has to agree to it. The school has to agree to it. The kids are going to have to be taught it, and the law enforcement has to enforce it. And I think if that's done, then we choose a location where it's the most convenient for people to walk out of their way and then cross. There's no doubt it's going to be.
Thank you. Thank you.
You bet. No, I appreciate where you're going, Mr. Mina. Other than all those things you just listed, it's a pretty easy process.
Can I answer that one?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
I'm on slide 8, pedestrian crosswalks. They do have to be designated, which means a study had to be done. In the way past those studies, we'll talk about a little later in the presentation. They were well documented and they were endorsed and they were taught to the kids how to get to school safely on your bike or walking. we do a gap study. And those gap studies are pretty darn important to warrant any device up in, including a traffic signal. If there aren't adequate gaps for the pedestrians, then you need a higher form of traffic control. The uncontrolled designated school walking route crossings on the state highway is also got to be done. The designated part is important. We have later in the presentation locations that aren't on designated school plans. And the problem is with that is then nobody's teaching to it. The parents don't have a map showing which way the kids should use it and which is the safest route. Designated school crossings should never be installed on high-speed roads. Just because it's posted 40, the operating speeds may be higher. So even a 40-mile-an-hour road, which is very marginal for pedestrian safety, but the criteria is 45-mile-an-hour or higher. You won't see a marked crosswalk unless it's at a signalized traffic signal location. Definitely not one for a safe routes to school, because the safest thing there is not to cross that grade separate, or bus, like we have on South Greeley Highway here in Cheyenne. Slide 9 are some examples.
Go ahead, Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask about the process. One of the communities in my district has a problem getting people across the roadway, and they've got a school there. And even if you have a crosswalk, it's supposedly a 30-mile-an-hour district, but there's a lot of recreation going on there, and quite honestly, skiing, snowmobiling, etc. But people come off that hill and they ignore the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. So we're concerned about the kids in that community and adults too getting across the road. So what is the process that we need to follow to get on the list to be considered for school crossing or other crossing? Thank you.
Mr. Maynard, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, the process is for, let's say, for a private citizen to talk to their community, their mayor, city council. That body of government then contacts the district traffic. We have 5 districts, contacts that district traffic engineer. And as one of the first slides I showed, that district traffic engineer will do a site investigation and see, is this a candidate? Is this a candidate for speed limit 20 when flashing, if by state statute, or for some other form of traffic control? All right. And then that traffic engineer gets back to that city, that town, whatever entity it is. Although private citizens can call, and boy, do they. But it is, the process should be followed like this manual that all the communities have. This is our manual for pedestrian and school crossings. It's pretty much used statewide. And the studies are in here as well. So the criteria throughout the state is the same. So the things on the road look the same.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet.
How do I get that? Is it online or?
Yes, it is.
How do I?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It's online in the YDOT.
It is online, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just maybe double tap that, just in terms of the entry point always is our districts. So we have 5 districts, and, you know, owing into the district engineer, in this case, the different traffic engineer, we can certainly get you that number if you want it. And they will help with the process. The other thing I'll tell you, we'll talk a little bit here at the end. There is Transportation Alternatives Program, which is part of the money that, in fact, we received in IDJA. This has become so important that they double the amount of money this year in terms of funding for bike paths, which sort of crosswalks would fit into. And so And there's also a bill being considered actually to put some state money behind this as well. And so I think, part of the process is, hey, how do I get on the list like you asked? The next thing is, hey, how are we going to pay for it? And what's the best way, to fund what we want to do? And so that's another part of the discussion. But there is actually funding available, not enough for everybody, but certainly in a priority method. And if the state, does decide to put some money behind it, then there's some additional dollars that are available.
Okay, please proceed, gentlemen.
Chairman, I'm on slide 9. There's 2 examples in the photos of when you need to kick it up a notch from just static signs and markings on the pavement. These are warning systems on the left. It's what we call a rectangular rapid flash system. There's one installed right down here on Starbucks on our state highway. Pedestrian pushes the button and LEDs strobe at you, get your attention to, hey, pay attention. On the right is up at the Sheridan College. It's a pedestrian hybrid beacon. It's labeled here as a high intensity activated. And these are 2 red beacons and a yellow beacon on the bottom. They form a triangle. A pedestrian pushes the button. Been through Pinedale, you've seen them many, many times. And the signal on the yellow will flash. It'll go to a change interval, a solid yellow, and then it'll go to solid reds. 2 of them over every lane. You can't miss that. And that's the kicking it up a notch. Typically, you'll see these on 4 and 5 lanes roads because of the issue of shadowing pedestrians. When the vehicle on the right stops for a pedestrian, this is the central crash. And the vehicle on the left never saw why this guy's slowing down and hits the pedestrian at the location.
Senator Pappas has a question.
Yeah, these Hawk signals, these high-intensity activated crosswalks, they require them for school districts here when we pull in over by Davis Elementary. It's 40 miles an hour there, and the roundabouts have them. And there's actually one right over here by Taco John's here. But the problem I've seen with them is pedestrian error. Half the time they don't push the button. And so they just get up to the crosswalk and then they run across. And I don't know what you do about that.
Yeah.
But they're intended to be typically where there's higher traffic volumes and you don't slow down the traffic like a roundabout. I mean, it never stops at a roundabout, right? So in order to stop it, you got to activate one of those signals. But if the pedestrian doesn't do it, it's not that safe, unfortunately.
Mr. Chairman, just maybe a comment on it, if I might, that was exactly the issue in Lander, was training for the young lady that didn't push the button. And so we have started, we're producing a video, we're going to kick it out and to try and educate, because in my mind, that's half the battle. And I think you hit it on the head, it's both sides. You got to push the button if you're going to cross the road. Otherwise, bad things could happen. And both sides have to be trained to follow the rules.
Please continue, Mr. Marino. This is
Mr.
really
Chairman?
informative. Senator Anderson first.
Mr. Chairman, have we considered at any of these locations a crosswalk over the top of the highway? We've got a real bad intersection on Wyoming Boulevard there, right next to the school, that most parents don't even let their kids walk across there. But a high crosswalk might solve the problem for them.
Oh, man.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Marino, go ahead. Yeah.
Senator, that we just did an evaluation of the multi-lane crossings, and I'm not ready to talk about the cost. Okay. The LCCC tunnel is going to someday go underneath a 5-lane. It's $2 million. To go over the top quite a ways, it could run upwards of $8 million. They're very expensive forms of grade separation, but I believe those analyses is coming. And I know where you're talking about. Any place on Wyoming Boulevard is sketchy at best. I'd cross only at the signal.
Yeah, you better run the 40 and 4-4 if you're going to get across that. I'm telling you that. Better be a prospect. Go ahead, Mr. Mina. This
Mr.
is very
Chairman.
informative. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Keep going.
Mr. Chairman,
slide 10.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Anderson, go ahead.
one of our members frequents the town of KC, and he likes to go to the bar first and then go across to get his mail. I won't mention his name, but he's wondering if there could be a crosswalk there for him. Joe?
There's a list in here of people stepping forward, like that particular legislator. Go ahead, Mr. Mina.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'm on slide 10. Right now, we have ongoing site reviews and projects at these locations, and these are all due to pedestrian safety issues. And some of them are, I'll talk about one of them in a little bit of detail, but we have Bighorn here in Cheyenne. That's the Central and Warren. Cody, DuBois, Ranchester, Rawlins, Riverton, Shoshone, Wilson, and then on the Wyoming Wind River Reservation.
Mr.
Slide
Chairman.
11.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For some reason, I seem to recall that a lot of the pedestrian deaths that we have in the state are in the capital city here, and they are oftentimes around the Cheyenne Frontier Days. So is there anything being done with the city of Cheyenne particularly related to that issue?
Mr. Mina,
Chairman,
go ahead.
Representative, I'm not aware of any issue during Frontier Days other than downtown Cheyenne, where Lincoln Way and Central and Warren and those intersections, we adjust the signal timings during parade days and pancake days. Minor, they're very minor. We got some additional signing up to yield to peds in the crosswalk when turning. But beyond that, I'm not aware of anything. But that might be our district level folks that deal directly with the Frontier Days people.
Okay, please continue.
All right, I'm on slide 11. This is just an example of Tongue River, which is just the schools right outside of Ranchester. Might be a little hard to see and hard to read, but the town is to the right of the box there. The pink lines are existing sidewalks. We do have a school zone. We do have a speed limit 21 flashing. The town is growing beyond the school, which is kind of shown in the middle. And there's a request for a crosswalk right in that location. Minor little subdivision right now, just 6 homes. The problem is it's in a transition speed area. And these are the areas where people are slowing down from 65 and trying to get down to 30, then 20, if it's school time. Very difficult locations to put crosswalks. In fact, we have an ongoing issue in Etna, Wyoming over the same thing. School put on the very south end of the town, the only crosswalks in the center. The safest place to cross is still the center of town. It's not that far, Etna's not huge. So this is being scrutinized right now. And the problem is the school zone would go to almost a half-mile long. And as you can see by the aerial photo, not much side friction and no sidewalk. I think the town needs to look at saying you were going to extend the sidewalk out for these subdivisions and keep it at one crossing. Multiple crossings sometimes create issues, big issues with more conflict points. And motorists get aggravated quickly. You could just variable speed limits. When you're driving down the road and the conditions don't match the sign, you get aggravated. And after a while, the speeds creep up. Probably shouldn't have went there, huh? Yeah, okay. Yep. All right, slide 12. This is another ongoing study, and out of the study, it's on Cody, where we had another pedestrian survived. This study was done by a consultant. They recommended putting in a crossing for an elementary school on the south end of the picture. There's a big subdivision on the north side. The intersections are staggered. It really is problematic because the intersection isn't a good 90 and all lined up. The study said, why don't we go ahead and put in a crossing temporarily and put in the high-intensity beacons temporarily, take it out around Thanksgiving, use some water-filled barrier for the left turn blockage coming off of what is called Freedom Street where the school is located. So we don't have turning vehicles across the sidewalk. The local businesses cooperated. It's up and running. I watched it day one. Very light usage right now, but definitely something that we probably should move forward with. If we can keep the landowners allowing us to block off one movement into their approach. So you can only make a right into their approach and right out. Can't make a left in. That's usually a tough thing to do, is to get that access. So that one's under evaluation, and something we don't do very often is a field trial, because we normally don't get cooperation like that. My last slide, 13, is right here in town by LCCC. It was a pedestrian underpass funded by various entities and cooperation by the landowner. It's out there on College Drive, high speeds, and definitely not a place where we would want to entertain a at-grade crossing. And for a little under $2 million, we've got a facility. So when we do widen that road, we don't have a barrier between the community college and all the subdivision and development and commercial properties. So very good forward thinking.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much there, Mr. Meaner, for that portion of the presentation. So I think really for me, the takeaway from my vantage point as you watch this is there's a lot of expertise and there's a lot of knowledge and there's a lot of factors that go into this discussion on what do we want, where, and why. And I really leave that up to the professionals that work in WYDOT, because they're trained engineers and they actually are trained traffic engineers in terms of what's safe. So I thank you for your work. The other takeaway that I think that jumps out at me from the three examples that you just saw was prior planning is really important. And like the underpass out here on College Drive out there by the Sweetwater Grass development, new development coming in and a will to put in underpass before it's too late. And that was done as part of the project development. And that's right. And in the issue we're dealing with in Cody, you know, there we have a school on the south side of the road, a major highway, and a new development on the north. And the kids got across. And to me, as we start advising, prior planning and putting in infrastructure early, to me, is key. All right, so with that in mind, if you flip over to 14, just closing up this topic, we do, as I discussed with Senator Furphy, have a transportation alternatives program. We went from about $5 million to $10 million in that program this year. Our local government part of WYDOT administers that, and they actually solicit input from communities around the state. And if you flip over to slide 15, really there's the evaluation process for how that works. Is the applications come in early in the year, about March. It runs through a committee that we set up in terms of how are we going to spend that money. And then in the end, a decision is made. It makes a recommendation to the Transportation Commission. They vote on it in September, and it goes into the STIP. In fact, if you look at the 2023 State Transportation Improvement Plan, you'll see a lot of community improvement programs that are in that program. Okay, so that's there and really important to us all. If you flip over then to page 16, really there's again sort of what I talked you through in terms of 2023. We had almost $10 million worth of funding. We did, interestingly enough, you see there have 34 applications for about almost $24 million. And so certainly we did not service all of the needs and all of the requests. You see that 16 of those applications are safe route to schools. And if you flip over the page to page 17, Safe Routes to Schools are really one of those programs that has historically been available to us. It went away for a while, but it's come back. And we do intend to sort of leverage that and prioritize Safe Routes to Schools in the application of the Transportation Alternative Program of funds. And so we'll keep working there.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on that point, Director. Is there an opportunity for your involvement, your department's involvement, you know, when we plan with the Facilities Commission and that process, the Facilities Department, when we plan these new schools and locations and the entry and egress routes? Is that baked in now?
Go ahead,
Mr.
Director.
Chairman and Representative, I know we would welcome the opportunity. Let me see what the formal, let me ask Mr. Mina what the formal state policy is on that right now.
I'm not aware of the formal policy, but I know our district folks, for that access to come to the highway, they're involved in that local school.
It's all right. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, a lot of the Safe Routes to School plans came from YDOT. Some of them are continued. Lander's been continued. And those new schools that come in should have a Safe Route to School plan. That would be the way we could get in the door.
We're gonna have a lot of.
Yeah. Representative O'Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isn't some of that funding, shouldn't it go to the developer? Because we're doing a new school in Mills, and we're doing transportation studies, and we're going to require some of that funding to be from the developers.
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, typically when there's a new development coming in, the safety and modifications of transportation system, many times we make the developer put that in, right? It's their responsibility. And so the fact that it's happening in Mills would say that's good and right. It's part of, hey, we got to put in a development. Typically, going back to the question of are we involved, we typically are very involved and we want to be involved. And I'm pushing more involvement from my level. Every time you get a request for access, you can't just hook into a state road. It's got to come and we have to approve and give you a permit to access our road. That should involve some sort of study of, hey, is this use correct? And so we'll watch that. And I think the other thing that we have started enforcing on this transportation alternatives of funding is unless you have a plan, we will not fund a project. So if you put in and you want a grant and you don't have a plan, the first reason we'll give you a grant is to help you go get a plan. Because I think you gotta think your way through these issues. As Mr. Meany has pointed out, there's a lot of options. You got to know where you're going. And so we're reinforcing the planning function through approval of grants, just to help force that issue.
Further questions for these gentlemen?
But Mr. Chairman, I'll just flip over to slide 18 and really tell you that we at YDOT, you know, our role is safety, and it's safety for all users of the transportation system, whether you're in a truck or a car or on a bike or walking. And so we'll keep working with elected officials across the state to make our system safer. And with that, would certainly stand for any final questions you might have.
Director, just a couple of things from me. First, we like to smile along the way as we do our work. I don't want that to come off as though we are dismissing in any way the topic that we've been talking about this afternoon. It's critically important. We appreciate the work that you do to work with our local entities, and the information that you two have provided for us, we can take back to our local entities. The questions asked by Representative Henderson, Representative O'Hearn were spot on, because we want to be able to have that dialogue. And it is serious. In this day and age, it just feels like maybe our drivers are a little more distracted than they used to be, and that makes things even more dangerous. So thank you for your time on this topic.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add maybe one thing to your comment there. The other reality that we're starting to see is the size of our vehicles has significantly grown. And the visibility in terms of what you can see is really actually diminished. And I'm starting to see now studies of trying to make it mandatory to have forward-facing cameras to try and avoid like the Lander issue was, oh man, there's somebody there, let me not go, right? I mean, because you couldn't, with the size of our trucks and pickups anymore, your line of sight, what's right in front of you, you cannot see. So that's another contributor.
Yeah, good stuff. Committee, we're gonna take a 10-minute break and come back and work some bills after that, but I want to give everybody a break for a few minutes. So 10 minutes. Okay, committee, we'll get started for the rest of the afternoon. Just a couple of notes. We're running a little ahead of time. We had pondered whether or not taking up the driver's license and ID card photo quality bill. We're going to go ahead and do that. We will take up that bill and 0018, which is the lightweight trailers and permanent registration bill. Both of those bills will be very familiar to the committee. Particularly the lightweight trailer bill went through the Senate committee last year. And so those two bills we will take up. The two license plate bills, I have determined that we will bring those as individual bills. Senator Schuler, I've spoken with her. She will bring that one on organ transplant. And I will bring the other one related to benefiting the community colleges with those license plates. So we may see those during the session, depending on the chairman of transportation. In addition to that, you'll notice that tomorrow we have a couple of bills up for late in the day. Winter road closures and the highway safety child restraint bill. Those are under the topic of safety bill drafts. It was suggested by staff that we could take those up this afternoon. We're gonna try to get a hold of a couple of folks who wanted to testify on that child restraint bill. But I think we should go ahead and try to get that after a presentation from Representative Henderson and Senator Pappas later this afternoon. If we can work those in, that expedites tomorrow. And I'm a little bit concerned about roads and weather, and so we'll try to do that, committee. Okay, so here we go. Let's go back to driver services bill drafts, and if you would walk us through 177 and 018, Heather, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 23 LSO 0177 version 0.3. This is the bill draft that you recall driver services requested for clarity, to make it clear when driver's licenses are copied and all the different things that they presented in that driver's license image brief. If you recall, the Wyoming license is unclear, and I'm not going into the necessarily reasons, but really the whole bill itself is, it just takes out the requirement. Doesn't mean that they can't do it if they figure out the technology, or, you know, if the technology gets to a point where it is actually workable for their purposes, but it just removes the word color. So as a requirement. So you'll see on page 2, in both a driver's license as well as an identification card, color is stricken. Page 2, line 8, and page 2, line 17. That's that bill. And then, shall I stop for discussion or for YDOT?
Why don't you go ahead and walk us through the next one as well,
Okay.
Heather? Thank you.
The next bill draft, the committee already voted to sponsor, and this is just in your materials because at the last meeting in August, the committee had, if you recall, this is 23 LSO 0018, and you'll note that you have the committee formal draft in your materials. And there was a bit of testimony regarding, from treasurers about what do we do, or how do we address if a person transfers their permanent registration to another trailer that qualifies. And so the committee wanted to see what you'll see in paragraph Q. Oh, I'm sorry, paragraph P on page 4. The owner of the trailer that is permanently registered under this section shall display the permanent registration on license plates in accordance with how they're supposed to be displayed. And then this amendment resulted in an addition here that says, except when transferred pursuant to 31-2-214E. And then the bill, inserted into the bill is started on page 5, 31-2-214. And we inserted at E, upon transfer of ownership of a trailer that had been permanently registered under all of that stuff that y'all voted on, the permanent registration of the trailer expires, and the original owner shall immediately remove license plates. If within 60 days, the person, the transfer of ownership acquires another trailer for which permanent license plate would be proper, remember that has to be 6 years old or more, 6 or more years old, and there were several criteria, 1,000 pounds or less, the different criteria, then they can transfer the plate to it, and that's what is on page 6. So that's that amendment the committee voted on, and they just wanted to see it.
Thank you. Any questions, Committee of Heather?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Anderson?
did I hear you say on 0018, we already passed that? And we were just making, you're just updating it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator Anderson, the committee, just because they had done a conceptual amendment in August, they said, hey, let's see that in November. You all said, let's see it again in November. So this is just here for your preview.
So we do still have to vote on it?
No,
Oh, no. Oh,
We
Mr.
just,
Chairman.
Senator
No, Mr.
Anderson, we
Chairman.
just asked if Heather would work with Driver Services to conceptually amend the way we had talked about wanting it. And so this is an informational item just to let us all know that they have executed our directives and that bill is ready for session. So
all right. Good.
I think we're all set. So thank you, Heather, appreciate it. Representative Henderson. My apologies, Heather.
Sorry. Having just relearned about, the change of plates every 8 years, is that affected by this, or is this affected by that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, are you talking about the lightweight trailer permanent registration?
Well, these will, Mr. Chairman, these will carry license plate, I assume, right?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Henderson, yes, the bill that the committee sponsored and a provision that was in the bill was that a plate would be issued for it. I believe that Driver Services testified in August that it would possibly be similar to one of those, the black plates, not the new black
I got
plates,
it.
but the
I got it.
old black plates.
Mr. Rossetti, would you please come forward? Because we're about ready to get black and blue on this one, too. There you go. All righty. Thanks, both of you, for stepping forward here. Just to clarify for Representative Henderson, this lightweight permanent registration of a trailer bill, talk to me about the licenses. Talk to Representative Henderson.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Henderson, that is a very good question, and I believe that Ms. Jarvis did answer it very well. I thought what we would do is model this very similar to that antique, the Pioneer plate, which does not expire. It would just be a distinctive design that we would know does not expire, and then that would not be affected by the plate cycle. Typically what happens with something like that is if they get damaged, lost, destroyed, something like that, they could just come in and we would replace that plate with a like kind.
Okay, go ahead, Representative.
Mr. Chairman,
In the
Representative
Navy.
Henderson, I thought Ms. Jarvis and I got along well. I understand now we do not. I do actually anticipate this would be the reverse of the Pioneer plate. I think instead of a black background and white numbers, I think this would be a white plate with black numerals, just to differentiate.
Are you done? All right, Representative. All righty. Thank you, Heather. I don't think there are any questions for you. Committee, any questions on either one of these bills for Driver Services? Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rossetti, on 0177, dropping the requirement for color, does this impact any sort of federal requirement with the real ID, driver's license or anything like that? Do they have to be color? I think you've adequately explained beforehand why the potential change, but is there a federal requirement to make them color?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, there is a provision to allow for the black and white photo, if that is what is produced, to still be compliant within Real ID.
Okay, so follow up then. What I'm getting at is if I take an aircraft somewhere, get an airline ticket, that if when I show up to the screening area, they don't say, wait a minute, this doesn't look like all the other license plates, it's in black and white. You can't get on the airplane. And that's all I'm getting at. I just want to make sure that we're compliant and we know what we're doing here. You know, I don't care. I've just looked at my own personal driver's license and I don't see a problem. So I just want to make sure we're actually solving a problem with this.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, the Real ID Act does allow for a provision to print a black and white photo on a polycarbonate card, which, as Mr. Rossetti explained to you guys in August, that is our current substrate that we're using. If we do produce a black and white photo, we are required within our system to house the color image, and that is currently being done. So we would not have to change anything in order to move this image to black and white.
Thank you.
So in other words, just to follow up on that point, when you take the picture for the ID going forward, it will be a color picture, but it will be represented in black and white on our driver's license.
Mr. Chairman, you are correct. That is exactly what will happen. Because of the polycarbonate substrate, we will continue to do the black and white image, or we would want to do the black and white image.
And even though that's a color photograph, it will still be more definitive if we go black and white with it?
Mr. Chairman, sorry. I will say that, yes, there's about 12 or 13 states that have already gone to a black and white because they're using a similar substrate. So that would be familiar at an airport, Mr. Co-Chair. And as Ms. Dobson said, we would still, or Ms. Zimmerman said, we would still take a color picture, as that is what is required to store in our system, but it would reproduce very well in black and white. I actually, again, have some samples I could pass around and real quick before I do that. So we have a sample card that's a color that's like a model, and then we have a black and white version of that printed on that. But we actually, the third one then that's a totally different picture is actually a color picture taken in one of our exam stations that then was reproduced black and white. And I think you can see that as they produce on this substrate, they come through very well, if you'd allow me to pass that around.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Rossetti. Any other questions of driver services? Okay. And my apologies to those of you who have sat with us this afternoon. I did not call for any public comment on crosswalks. And so I would certainly allow any public comment on that particular topic, but would also call for any public comment on either one of these bills that we are currently considering. So the photo ID card and the permanent trailers, although that bill has already passed and it will go to the session, we'll have plenty of time to work that with you as we go forward. Any public comment on either of those topics? Okay, we'll close public comment. What's your pleasure on 177, the driver's license ID card? Committee. Senator Anderson moved and seconded by Representative Henderson. Discussion. Are you ready for the question? Would you please take roll on 177? Thank you, Heather.
Senator Anderson?
Aye.
Senator Furphy?
Aye.
Senator McEwen?
Aye.
Senator Pappas?
Aye.
Representative Baker?
Aye.
Representative Burt?
Aye.
Representative Henderson?
Aye.
Representative McGuire?
Aye.
Representative Obermueller?
Aye.
Representative O'Hearn?
Aye.
Representative Romero Martinez? Representative Stivar?
Aye.
Co-Chairman Burkhart?
Aye.
Chairman Landon?
Aye.
14 aye.
Committee, I think what we're going to do now is quickly go back to, I think we had one more topic, Director Reiner, which was Interstate 80. If you're prepared to visit with us for a few minutes about that, and then we will go to our RUC presentation, road usage. And that will give time, Heather, for us to get a hold of anyone who wanted to testify on those two bills that I alluded to a little bit earlier. So we will take up two more bills after these next two topics. So Director Reiner, we have visited quite a bit this interim about our major interstate in this state. Interstate 80, traffic, et cetera, and alternative routes is the next topic, and we'd appreciate any comments you have in that regard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So after the discussion that we had from our last meeting out in Rock Springs, the task that this committee gave us at WYDOT was really to put together, you know, a rough estimation of the cost of various topics. And we have done that and really can rapidly report back to you in, you know, sort of at the very highest level of what those would look like. And with your permission, would turn that over to our chief engineer, Mr. Mark Gillette.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Mark Gillette, Chief Engineer with WYDOT. Before I get started, just a real quick minute on the history. SEH Incorporated Engineering Company produced a feasibility report published in 2008. The report basically studied the feasibility of an alternate two-lane route with two options, one to the south of I-80 and one to the north of I-80. The study concluded the north route was the most feasible, mainly because of Bitter Creek and the railroad being on the south side. However, the north side does have a lot of utilities. In 2012, Green River hired Inberg Miller to perform a design report, including survey and preliminary design work. This report took the feasibility report earlier done and expanded further toward design of the most feasible route, the north route. There was two options considered with different alternate tie-ins on each end. Option one had fewer impacts to the terrain, but more impacts to the existing utilities. And then option two had less impacts to the utilities, but more impacts to the terrain. So that's just kind of a short history of how we got here. Talking I-80 first, an alternate lane on I-80, which is page number 1 on the slides. Adding a third lane from the East Green River interchange to the US 191 interchange near Rock Springs. That would be for a total of 6.9 miles. The top width of the interstate would extend from 38 feet to 58 feet, which consists of 3 12-foot lanes, a 12-foot outside shoulder, and a 10-foot inside shoulder. So the estimated cost of adding that third lane in both directions is $69.8 million. This is largely based on a study that WYDOT did in 2019 to add a third lane to I-80 from Cheyenne to the Summit. So again, we used that study largely to come up with this cost. Of course, brought it forward to today's dollars. And then you'll see there on the slide, the additional maintenance cost then would be about $100,000 per year. This was arrived at by taking all of our maintenance costs across I-80 and then using that as a single lane in each direction from Rock Springs to Green River.
So we've got a quick question from the co-chairman, Mark.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Mr. Gillette, is this just to add a third lane, or is it to also straighten that highway somewhat? I'm just curious. Purely add the third lane, or?
Mr. Chairman, this was just based on adding a third lane to the existing alignment. No change to the alignment.
Follow up. So Mr. Gillette, we've talked and at the August meeting, we discussed issues of weather, crashes, that sort of thing. Now, I don't think this would help alleviate any weather-related issues, am I correct?
Mr. Chairman, probably not.
So, Mr. Gillette, and maybe you're not the right person to ask. So with crashes, would it be more realistic to to believe the interstate would stay open more often with a third lane? I mean, can you kind of give us an idea of maybe, I know obviously the interstate closes with just 2 lanes, but if you had that third lane, is there more of an opportunity to keep it open?
Mr. Chairman, as I said, we're increasing the width quite a bit. Depending on the nature of the crash, it certainly is a possibility, that there'd be more potential to get around the crash with that third lane. So
follow up.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
So with Mr. Gillette, with 3 lanes, in the event, and either direction, is it realistic to think that if the crash was of such a nature and length of time that would close the interstate for maybe days, that you could reroute with 3 lanes, you could reroute some of that traffic into the oncoming lane and run head-to-head traffic in just that 1 lane? Or is that an unrealistic concept?
Mr. Chairman, I would have to think about that concept. I don't know that we've ever done that, but an interesting concept. Hey, if I-80 is closed, especially in one direction, for a long period of time, we do that, of course, on our construction projects. So I would say it's potentially possible, yes.
So, follow up. So, Mr. Gillette, the reason I asked that is I came back from Salt Lake City and they had a major crash in the Echo Canyon in there, and Utah had done that. They diverted traffic and put cones up and ran head-to-head traffic to get traffic moving again because it had completely blocked the interstate and it was a major crash. So that was the reason I asked that question. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gillette, please proceed.
Okay, then moving on to slide 2, just shows an aerial view of I-80 from Green River to Rock Springs with the 2 interchange or the termini of a third lane at East Green River interchange and then the US 191 interchange. Okay, moving on to a 2-lane separated road. Again, YDOT chose to update option 2 from the design report as it was the lowest cost option. Option 2 starts near the Green River Cemetery at milepost 90.7 and runs east to the US 191 interchange near Rock Springs, all on the north side of I-80. So moving to slide 3, you can see that the top width of this 2-lane road, 34 feet, which consists of 2 12-foot travel lanes and 2 6-foot shoulders. We're providing a paved option and a gravel option. The initial cost of a paved option there is $59.6 million. The additional maintenance cost of $53,000 per year. That is based upon our maintenance costs on US 191 just north of the interstate as you're headed towards Farson. And then the initial cost of a gravel 2-lane roadway is $30.2 million with an additional maintenance cost of $110,000 per year. And that maintenance cost is based upon grading that gravel road with a motor grader, possibly a water truck, once a month for 9 months out of the year. That's how we base that cost on. The design speed is 55 miles an hour, fairly fast on a gravel road. So also the design was based on a maximum 7% grade, which is fairly steep, a fairly steep hill. And so at that speed limit and with those grades, we felt we would have to essentially blade that road fairly often. So that's why that cost is higher than you might expect. So the estimated costs.
Senator Pappas has a quick question.
Yeah, so this new two-lane road, is this where we went and visited the old, I think it was US 30, right? So is this the location we're looking at, this new two-lane road? And would we, does the state already have all the right-of-way, or would we need to purchase more right-of-way? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, yes, slide 4 indicates where this two-lane road would go, the dashed red line, and yes, I would say in the general vicinity where we were at during our meeting out there in Rock Springs. As far as the right-of-way goes, WYDOT owns a very small part of the right-of-way. Most of the right-of-way is split between the Rock River Grazing Association and the BLM. And it's interesting, it's just kind of a checkerboard between the two across this area. Now, as you get closer to each end of each city, there is private land becomes involved.
Go ahead, Senator.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mark, does that include then, the cost includes purchasing that right away?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we did try to estimate that cost, but it is a rough, very rough estimate.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Gillette, or if you're, oh, go ahead, Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Gillette. 2 questions. So we know there's a lot of utilities on the north side of I-80. Are these 2 costs, one paved, gravel, those 2 costs, do those actually work in what it would take to, I guess, engineer around those utilities? And then the second question I have is, was there any study done on, instead of just regular gravel and grading monthly with a water truck, on putting a possible mag chloride down, which would last a little bit longer instead of a monthly service? Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Gillette.
Mr. Chairman, the maintenance cost did not include any additional material to be placed other than water from a water truck. So certainly you could entertain that, just be an additional cost to put down something like mag chloride. And excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the first question again was?
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on the study, we understand there's a lot of utilities, whether it's a power utility, fiber optic, water, along that route. And I believe when we first heard that road, projected road, may actually cross over and stuff like that. So would we have to move utilities, or would we have to beef up the, where they're housed in order to make that road happen? Is this cost included on making sure those utilities are protected?
Mr. Chairman, yes, again, we took a stab at that. This particular option impacts the utilities the less of the 2 options on the north side. And I do believe we took their estimate from the 2012 report and just took it times 1.5 or 1.5 and came up with a utility cost. Again, very rough estimate though.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Gillette and Director. I appreciate the work that you've done in putting this together and familiarizing both us and WYDOT with this. I do think that the private landowners would probably be amenable, the Rock Springs Grazing, in the discussions. I think that most of the buy-in with them is probably in support of the community, and they want to see that sort of stuff benefit the community. As you also pointed out, there are private portions of land on both ends that I think that could be developed potentially, and as well as the one section in between that we went and visited that's private as well that could be developed. But my question is moving forward, the next step would be the NEPA. Do you have a cost estimate on what the NEPA would be for this project?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have.
So that's a good question. Are those kinds of studies pretty, we're talking six figures, we're talking seven? What kind of ballpark do we look at on something like that, Mr. Gillette?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, being a brand-new road, I would guess it would be pretty expensive. I would guess we're in the $1 million arena.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Baker.
Thank you. Just to follow up, with that NEPA, what sort of expectations as far as a time frame, if once that's started, how long would you expect, in your professional opinion, that NEPA to take?
Mr. Chairman, again, just a rough guess, probably 2 years. It kind of depends on public input and what comes of that, what they bring up, et cetera. But I'd say 1 to 2 years.
Thank you. Gentlemen, anything else on this topic?
Mr. Chairman, just to kind of finish up, the estimated costs were developed from the design report. The unit cost of bid items that YDOT regularly uses were updated from the Enberg cost estimate. Items such as utility moves, lump sum items were increased by a factor of 1.5, as I mentioned. Then the total amounts were determined. What we did not do is we did not review the quantities that were produced in that report. We did not look at impacts or construction costs, et cetera, or construction issues, I mean, that might come up. So we did try to take into account right-of-way utilities and then what it would cost to construct that road.
Thank you, Mr. Gillette. Appreciate it. Representative Baker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a specific question about the hill that we referenced and we had the lunch at. How was that addressed in your cost estimates? Was it just going up over the grade at the 7? I don't know that it would meet the 7%, or was it a construction cost to grade through that and open that up?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that we got that entailed into the design. We just took what was produced before and updated the numbers to 2022. In reviewing some of the preliminary design that Enberg Miller did, I can say that there was quite a few hills that were in the 5 to 6% range and a couple in the 7% range. So the terrain out there is tough. So there will be some fairly steep hills involved.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. So committee, just to kind of open this up for a brief discussion, because we've visited quite a bit about this. The co-chairman and I were just having an offline conversation. I think that what I would like to see, Heather, is if you would make a little note to possibly, by the end of these 2 days, include this as a paragraph of information that we may want to send on to our appropriations colleagues, not as a request for money, but as a radar screen item to make them aware that we have looked into this and that we have spent time with those two communities talking about this alternative route. As Mr. Gillette pointed out to us, it's going to take some time. It's not like this committee can do anything about it today or even in the next 2 months, but we can pass along the information that we have gathered, which I think is valuable. And frankly, part of that paragraph, Heather, can allude to the fact that it does not set precedents, what we're talking about here. We have helped Campbell County 2 or 3 times in similar fashion. So I would think, Mr. Co-Chairman, that would be something we may want to do to send it on up. And then the other piece of it, the Co-Chairman suggested that we do alert our commission and at least give them something they can put in their back pocket based on the work you've done, Mr. Gillette. And just the fact that we have an issue that's not going to go away very soon, if ever. And, that's the 2 places that I think this information, I hate to see it just go to a shelf somewhere. I think it ought to, at least, maybe you can alert the commission for us. And maybe they've been listening in a little bit. So any other thoughts, committee? Correct me if I'm right. Representative Baker first and then Representative RM.
No,
Okay, how about that?
I want to agree with you, Mr. Chairman, and just point out that there is a lot of work being done with that nuclear facility in Kemmer. And a lot of that work and construction and supply is going to filter through. It may not come directly through Rock Springs and Green River, but it's going to probably filter through, whether through the rail or whatever it is. A lot of those products are going to come through our communities. So I think we're just seeing the beginning of what that facility is going to do to Southwest Wyoming. Combined with the Trona mines and some of the other expansion that's still happening despite the economy the way that it is. We have a Trona mine that's adding 500 people to our area. Housing in our area is a crunch. So the congestion issue, like you said, is probably not going to go away. So I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the opportunity to share the issue with the committee.
Thanks for that. Representative Romero Martinez.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to add to the conversation, maybe for future leaders to consider, and didn't know if this had been considered. There was an article in phys.org that said, titled Solar Roadways Awarded DOT, Department of Transportation Contract to Pave Roads with Solar Cells. There was an article that came out, it's over a decade ago. It looks like it's getting some steam, and I know the congestion is not going away, but also wanted to just kind of brief this. It says, in the first step towards turning highways into energy generating solar panels, Sago, Idaho-based startup Solar Roadways has recently received a $100,000 grant from U.S. Department of Transportation. Companies will use the money to build a prototype of solar road panels made from solar cells and glass that is meant to replace petroleum-based asphalt on road and in parking lots. I guess my question was, has that been in the discussion at all, or did I might have missed that piece in history, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Pretty futuristic, Mr. Gillette.
Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, we have not discussed that particular technology here in Wyoming.
I think any project going forward, certainly that's good to bring that up. There's options that are being rolled out all the time, and maybe there might be room on a project somewhere down the line. But thank you, gentlemen. Unless there's anything else, committee, I think we can move on. I think part of our duty at this point is just to share what we've learned. And I think there's potential in the next couple of years to maybe see where this might go. And I look forward to feedback from the commission. I think that hopefully they can visit about that, see if it hits the radar screen for the commission. But it certainly, I think, is something the chairman and I plan to share on behalf of our committee. We'll send it to our colleagues just so that it is on the whiteboard somewhere. And let's go to public comment. before we hear from our colleagues on road usage, is there any public comment on the alternative route over at Green River Rock Spring? Okay, we'll close public comment and let's move on to Representative Henderson and Senator Pappas. We've got a little presentation from our colleagues.
Thank you. I'm gonna take the point on this one, and then Representative Henderson can back me up. What I did is Heather's passing out just, I had typed up some thoughts that I was going to share with you, so I thought, well, what the heck? You don't have to take notes, I'll just give you my notes. So this is just what I'm going to discuss, so you won't have to scribble them on down. So basically, Representative Henderson and I attended a road usage charge summit that was put on by NCSL, the National Conference of State Legislatures. This summit was a one-day conference in Salt Lake City on June 27th. The summit was by invitation only, and both Representative Henderson and I were invited to attend as representatives from Wyoming. I think this because both Representative Henderson and I do attend many NCSL conferences and summits, and we always attend the Transportation Committee meetings when we're there. And so the folks at NCSL know us, and so we got the invite. And they knew we were both on the Transportation Committee. So that's how we ended up there. There were a lot of players there. Certainly, the Reason Foundation was there, the Federal Highway Administration, CDM Smith, a very important player in this arena, was there. The Eastern Transportation Coalition, which is similar to Ruck West, except on the East Coast. The IBTTA, which is the International Bridge, Tunnel, and Turnpike Association, attended. And there were many representatives from various YDOTs. Hawaii, Kansas, Utah, Oregon, and Virginia were there. Caltrans was also there. So there were a bunch of folks there, 61 attendees actually, staff, legislators, and faculty. Out of the 61, 29 were actually legislators from 20 states. And outside of North Carolina and Virginia, all the rest of them were West states. So they're out here by us. So that's just a quick blurb about who was there. For a quick summary of the day, the conference touched on transportation revenues, how the feds are approaching this issue, an overview of what state road usage charge programs currently look like. And again, we all be referring to them as a RUC, okay, a state road usage charge. You may have heard it by VMT, vehicle miles traveled programs, or user-based mileage fee program. There's a bunch of terms out there, but people are settling on the acronym RUC, road usage charge, okay? And also we discussed the options that are available for RUC payment and reporting, how to ensure privacy in a RUC system. We discussed equity issues, how to educate the public on RUC, and the conference wrapped up with comments from legislators from 4 states that are running some sort of RUC program, and there are many different ones out there. So we began the day with a presentation from Jim Whitty, and I put in the sheet attribution to these. I felt it was necessary to call out the folks that actually provided this information. So Jim Whitty is with the CDM Smith. His presentation was entitled Perfect Storm, Electric Vehicles, Increased Fuel Efficiency, and the Impact on State Transportation Revenues. As we know, states are heavily reliant on fuel tax revenue for transportation funds. The only existing source of funds, and I should say federal source of funds, the only existing federal source of funds that relates to roadway usage. As vehicles become more fuel efficient or use no fuel at all, this presentation focused on what are the short, midterm, and long-term prospects for the fuel tax revenue, and how might the states transition to a road usage charge. We've discussed this in the past. You've probably seen the charts. I have a lot of actual charts. I decided not to bring any of them up because this is really just a quick synopsis. We're really not delving into RUC right now. So, but that's, we spent a good hour on that. Then Ben Hush of NCSL Natural Resources and Infrastructure Committee Director presented the federal role in road usage charging. We learned about the supportive role the federal government has played to encourage and fund state experimentation with RUC programs, as well as relevant initiatives in the federal infrastructure bill. Again, the federal government understands that the mileage, the fuel tax is unsustainable, and they're actually encouraging states to come up with innovative and ways to experiment with these RUC programs. Next, there was a panel, actually from that time on, the rest of the day dealt with panels. So we heard from many panels, but we heard from a panel of specialists that looked at the overview of state road usage charging programs. So we heard from states with operational RUC programs or advanced pilots, and the details about legislative support, how the programs operated, eligible vehicles, public outreach, and the future plans for the programs. It was pretty insightful to see what all the states were doing. Following the overviews of the current programs, we heard from another panel that discussed RUC payment and reporting options for drivers. This is a brand new evolving field. A lot of private companies are beginning to do these. Here we learned about different options the states are offering drivers to report. There's many reporting methods from low tech to high tech, and how payment for these, how people pay for their mileage, as well as multi-state efforts to address RUC interoperability between states. And if you recall, when we brought a RUC bill in previous years, the issue with the working group that the good director put together, most of the folks on there understood that RUC will become eventually a program that we will have to go down someday. It's the interoperability that was an issue. Also, privacy was an issue, but the problem is states alone, without being regional or a national program, have a difficult time putting these in place, although they have been doing it. Next, there was another great panel that was entitled How to Ensure Privacy in a RUC System. This is one of the biggest issues with RUC. We learned how many of the states are working to ensure privacy and the data security of drivers, especially if it's a high-tech system. You know, is Big Brother watching you? Where do they know you're going? And there's a whole slew of issues regarding privacy. There are many options that can be offered to drivers and how states are attempting to address privacy concerns. So most of the states have been giving them their option. So they don't pick one reporting method, they've picked many. In most of their pilot programs, so that everybody finds a program that's comfortable with for them. The next panel visited the issue related to equity in a RUC program. Here we discussed how gaining public trust for a RUC program involves explaining how a RUC will impact differing populations. And it's different for you and I, it's different for rural folks, it's different for people in trucking industry, it's you know, the ag industry. I mean, everybody sees it differently. And so that's what we discussed here. We were presented with existing and ongoing research that has examined the potential impact of a RUC on rural, urban, and low-income populations and possible strategies to increase equity. Public communication was talked about. The topic was explaining the way the why and how of RUC to the public. So that's a big issue. You need to educate everybody about a new program, right? Since road usage charges can be difficult to explain to stakeholders and the general public, this panel focused on what communication strategies and messages work best regarding transportation revenue shortfalls and the reasoning and potential benefits of a RUC system. Yeah, it's a big education system effort in order to change the whole mindset on how we're going to collect fees for the usage of the roads. Finally, the day wrapped up in a great Q&A session with a panel of legislators from states that have some type of road program. We heard from 4 state lawmakers, senators from Utah, Hawaii, Washington, and North Carolina about what they were doing in their legislatures with their legislative colleagues, their key stakeholders, all the public outreach they did, and what their future plans were. It was a pretty full day of great information. I wish everybody in this community could have been there to share that with Representative Henderson and I. I learned so much about the program, and I thought I knew, through all the NCSL programs that I've gone through, I thought I knew a lot about it, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. It's going to be a system, I think, that's going to eventually be how we're going to pay for our roads like it's a utility. It's coming. We're going to, the people that use the roads are going to pay for the roads, and it's just an equitable system. How we get there, one thing that I came away with is from all the states, it's not something we're going to put in place immediately. We will start with a pilot program. That's the way that it's going to happen, and it's going to be a pilot program that's going to be voluntary, so that folks can volunteer to do it this way, or they can volunteer or they continue paying the taxes that they are paying. In a voluntary program, they would be refunded the taxes. So anyhow, that's my thoughts on the day. I will let, oh, by the way, there was a RUC West meeting following. I think Representative Henderson attended that, at least part of it the following day. We are we're members of RUC West. If you look at the map, there's the Eastern Coalition, and then there's RUC West. I think it's like 13 states, but it's about half the country, because all the western states are part of that. You go Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, or all the way down through Texas and everything that way to the west. That's in RUC West. So Bill, I'll let you give your thoughts, and if anybody's got any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
So before we go to Representative Henderson, in fact, we'll do that, and then we'll save any questions till the end, committee. If you stayed for an additional meeting, Representative, it sounds to me like you had Rotzarock. So tell us about that.
Had Rotzarock. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like that.
Yeah.
I think Senator Pappas covered it really well. You have to ask yourself, is technology going to change? No. Is the revenue stream going to stay the same as they are now, given improvements in mileage per gallon? No. And are we ready? No. Do we need to get ready? Yes. And I think the way to do that process-wise is a pilot program. I mean, there's many things that get introduced through a pilot program, and we learn by implementing the pilot to identify the gaps. This is a great learning organization, NCSL. And if you think about the economy, there's not much going to happen if we don't have a good transportation network. And if we don't take care of what we have, then we're going to have bigger issues to deal with. It's going to cost us more money. So fundamentally, I think this is a great topic for interim, for sure. We need to keep the conversation going. We need to support however we can the transportation folks. But we also need to provide opportunity for our businesses and private sector folks who have a big part of their business model and their lifestyle organized around transportation and going from point A to point B and so on. And so I think it's important to keep encouraging that interaction and that input from those stakeholders so that we know where they're at now and how they see the world going forward. No one is just sitting on their hands, I think, on this. I agree with the notion of doing it now, benefiting from the states that already have done it and implemented it. I mean, you look at a state like Washington that has some rural aspects similar to Wyoming. I think we should take advantage of that. But I think we got a ways to go before we're ready. You know, there's many unanswered questions. This was a great opportunity to talk with fellow legislators from you know, that were there. There were many legislators there, and they're struggling with these revenue constraints just like we are. So, bottom line, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to get this on the radar and on the interim topic list. And I just want to thank Senator Pappas for his leadership. You know, it's nice to have somebody in another chamber that you can talk to that's already kind of up to speed on the current topic of what we're talking about. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well done, gentlemen. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, in previous discussions on RUC over the years, we said we might wait and see the federal government might adopt a RUC program all across the U.S., which would make it a little easier for the states to do so. Was there any discussion about that subject at your meeting?
Senator Pappas.
Yes, there was. And that one session that I mentioned, the moderator was from the Federal Highway Administration, and what they're doing is they're encouraging the states to work out a solution for a RUC system. They're encouraging experimentation because they want the states to come up with a solution. And eventually, if we do, and there's enough states between the coalition on the East Coast and RUC West, and we come up with I don't know, a majority, but a number of states that agree on a solution, then I believe the Federal Highway Administration and the federal government will then support something like that. But they're not going to take the bull by the horns on their own. Unlike other programs that the federal government shoves down our throats, I think what they want to do is they want us to work out the program ourselves and then come to them for help.
So, Director Reiner, this particular item was on the agenda for tomorrow, but we would sure entertain any thoughts you have about this area of the world. I think the two legislators are right. It's not an issue that's going to go away. And it sure seems to me like it's something you're going to be dealing with going forward.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So my thanks to the Senator and Representative for being there. I had heard that you went, and I appreciate that. You know, we spent a lot of time on this here a couple of years ago, and in fact, you know, at the direction of the committee, said, hey, go tell us what the future looks like in terms of road funding. And as we came back, you know, certainly it was this road usage charge, and so there's that. I just had a call actually from South Dakota yesterday morning. But our 5 sort of states have a little coalition, 2 Dakotas, Montana, Idaho, and ourselves. They're actually looking at trying to start a pilot program with Kansas and Minnesota The Ruck West, which we are part of, there are certainly some pilot programs there. You know, at some point, you know, at the will of the body and the will of the state, you know, it would make sense for us to take a look at that. Our funding certainly on the roads continues to decrease. You know, the increase in mileage on vehicles just means there's less fuel that's bought and less fuel tax that's collected. We will get some semblance of revenue through EV taxation. So that's there. We are the only state, as I've talked to fellow states, that are going down the road of collecting tax at the charger. So we are blazing a trail there. Most others are going down the rock. So certainly interested. We stay abreast of what's going on in the Ruck as an agency. Mr. Kirkmeyer is involved in both Ruck West meetings, and then we also joined the national, which is MBUFA, which is the Mileage-Based User Fee Alliance, I believe. And so just to stay aligned with what's going on at the federal level and stay cognizant and informed. And so that's a quick summary and quick thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Director. Appreciate it. Representative Obermueller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, you talked about the EV charge at the charging station. What's the impediment there to making a comparable tax environment there to the current tax we have? In other words, why can't that look similar to a fuel tax at the charging stations?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Representative Obermuller, actually, that's the direction we're going, is trying to make it compatible and trying to make it comparable. Here's probably the complexities there. One of them is, right now, actually, we have, when we start looking at the charger, if you're a state-owned electric vehicle, then, or registered in the state of Wyoming, you pay the $200 fee. And so most of those are charged at the house on 110. And so part of sort of the policy of our state is, you can't, when you plug your car into 110 outlet and charge it that way, I don't know how you capture that. And so it is going to be important to keep, I think, a state fee on vehicles registration like we have. And so then what you're capturing is the level 2 and level 3 chargers, which are greater than 110. That I think we have the ability to do. And it's aggressively tracking all of those that are put in and capturing them all. And right now, even the chargers themselves most of them aren't set up to do that. And so it's working with manufacturers to make sure that you can extract the data that you need and capture the information you need. So we're working that one hard. I tell you, in fact, I got another meeting here just, I think 2 weeks from now to talk about, okay, let's start working some of this a little bit more aggressively.
Thank you.
So, Director, thank you. And I think what we take away today from this, really appreciate the two legislators representing us and bringing information back. I think going forward, we don't know what our committees will look like in the coming year, but we can all go forward with the notion that that we need to assist our colleagues who are on a committee like this when it comes time to talk about the future of roads. And so it's all useful. I think it's something that we'll see sooner rather than later. So thank you, Director.
Thank you.
If we're going to get to a couple of bills, committee, I'm inclined to do that unless there's anything else from Representative Henderson or Senator Pappas. Go ahead, Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One takeaway that I heard very many times this whole opportunity to learn, but also talking with stakeholders, is the notion of fairness and accuracy. We have to try to figure out how to make sure that happens. And I don't have the answer to that. I just want to mention that. Thank you.
Along with that privacy piece.
Privacy, yes.
Right. Let's go to public comment on this topic. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward and talk to us about road usage charges? Any public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment and move on. As I indicated before, I think committee, if we can shorten tomorrow by taking up a couple of these bills, we're going to do that. The bills that we will take up are 024, LSO 24, working draft 0.5 on winter road closures, and then 025, working draft 0.3 on highway safety child restraints. Okay, so those two bills, I'm going to ask Heather to walk us through those. And again, Heather, I might let you walk us through both. They're both rather brief and both pertain to the same topic. And so take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Under tab 21, if you're looking for those two bills.
Yes,
committee.
thank you. I was
Okay.
about to say that. Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Also, I don't know that they will shorten tomorrow, but they might make tomorrow manageable by doing these today. Tomorrow's a little bit unwieldy, was. Okay, Mr. Chairman, 23 LSO 0024, working draft 0.5, is regarding winter road closures. And recall from the May meeting, the committee requested a bill draft to make it stricter if people go past the signs. And so what you'll see on page 2, the signs to close roads, sorry, to be more specific. You'll look on page 2 that on line 1 willfully is stricken, and instead what is described starting at line 9 is that basically proof that there was a sign is prima facie evidence of a violation of this of this section, that someone that a person failed to observe a road closure sign. The additional thing that this bill draft does is that it increases the fine from $750 to $1,500. And these were from the May meeting. And then the staff comment is just wondering whether the committee may wish to consider any prescription for what the sign should look like, any requirements of like inches of the letters on any of the signage or anything like that. That is Bill Draft 24. And Mr. Chairman, Bill Draft 25 is regarding highway safety child restraints. And I'm looking at version 0.3. And what this bill draft does is it goes into the child safety restraint system required use statute that already exists. And it inserts on page 2 the requirement that for each child who has not reached his second birthday, that a child safety restraint system required by the subsection shall be rear facing. So that's what that bill draft does. This committee had instructed me to look at a couple previous bill drafts from previous years. One of those bill drafts is the subject of this staff comment. And what that bill draft did is it also increased the fine of someone who violates this section. So that's what the staff comment at the bottom of page 2 and top of page 3 is doing, is increasing the fine from $50 to $100 and from $100 to $200 for a second or subsequent offense.
Okay, so Heather, I actually have a question on the first bill, which we're raising the fine from $750 to $1,500 if you run one of the road closures. When was the $750 put into the statutes? Did you happen to look at that?
Mr. Chairman, I did not look at that, but I will. or I mean, I think I actually looked at it, but I don't recall. So because this was back from May, and then we had it prepared for our last meeting. So I will see what I can find about that.
That would be
But,
great.
now I see. I will find out when it was put in, but also some of the testimony from the Department of Transportation, Mr. Chairman, was to make this fine commensurate with a current fine for other penalties for the fine for other penalties. And so what it does is it makes it not just be a cheaper penalty to go around a road closure sign, and it puts it commensurate with penalties to deter drivers in other situations, I think. I'm going to double check that what I've told you
Okay,
is
if you
true.
double check what you just told me, if you would, Heather. And also, the reason that's relevant, committee, is that sometimes if that 750's been in the statutes for quite a while, 1,500 is actually going to be what 750 used to be. So, Mr. Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heather, something sticks in my head, and I could be completely wrong, that if we get into the $1,500 range for a fine, we're starting to push the issue of whether it's a misdemeanor traffic violation or becomes almost a felony issue. There was something that came up last session on this, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but it had to do with the level of fine being at a certain level of the violation. Am I correct, or am I thinking of something completely different?
Mr. Chairman, I will look into what it is that you might be discussing. There is some consideration typically, often if something that might be related as a felony is how the length of the possible jail term, but I will look to see about if a fine affects that.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, yeah, we might want to set this one aside for a few moments and provide Heather with a little time to track a couple of those things down. Go ahead.
So, Heather, another question I have is, during the House debate on a very similar bill last time, we got bogged down for over an hour on the word willfully or knowingly.
Right.
With, we had 3 attorneys on each side arguing the nuances of that, and in the end, nothing came of it. Do the changes here in the current statute disregard the fine amount? Do they take care of the arguments that were made during that debate? What I'm getting at is, I don't want to take this forward and we spend another hour plus time arguing something, debating something that then we don't do anything with. I want to make sure we're putting something forward that, I don't want to say has teeth in it, but has the ability to do what we want to do.
I think it does, Mr. Co-Chairman, but go ahead, Heather.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot in any way have a crystal ball over what will be discussed on the floor. Sometimes it's just extremely surprising. I would say.
And not just to you.
I would say that explicitly stating that what the proof needs to be to make prima facie evidence is intended to stave off some of the uncertainty over the states of mind of whether of willfully or knowingly, or the different states of mind. I cannot tell you that it won't be lots of debate, however.
Okay, Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will have an amendment to that, to add an ordinary observant person to that, to line 1. That's in, I've looked it up in other statutes.
And
But actually put it in there instead of willfully, an ordinary observant person.
And we look forward to the debate on that amendment, Representative. So that's a good deal. Anything else for Heather? Okay, let's go to Senator Furphy and then on to Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heather, what I'm concerned about is often on Happy Jack Road, people live just beyond the road closure sign. And I've seen even the highway patrol allow them to go past. So I don't want to include them here. And I think YDOT often gives them an exemption, but are we okay taking care of those people who live just beyond the closure gate? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Furphy, the YDOT does have its programs, the WTAP, I think, and I think another program to allow for such travel.
Heather, we can certainly go to the department here in a few minutes
Sure.
too, and I'll lean on them to help answer some of these questions, but go ahead.
And the only thing I was going to add is that I need to double check, but I need to double check whether there's an explicit except as authorized by the director, but I think that this is one of the statutes that may have that, or might not say director, it might except as authorized or something. So I will look in the sections that aren't changed, for example, subsection B, which I don't see here, and it's not in the bill because it's not changed. So I have several things to look up when I go back to my seat while other people comment.
Okay, so Representative Burt, any follow-up, Senator? Okay, good. Let's go to Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Co-Chair mentioned, when this came up we've seen this bill before, and I wasn't happy with removing willfully there before, because if you have a road closure or a rolling closure, and I'm driving down the highway and the sign's closed behind me, or the road's closed behind me and it now has a sign displayed, and I get stuck or pulled over or whatever how do I prove that that barrier wasn't put down behind me and then I didn't just go around the sign? I mean, how do I prove my innocence if we change and remove willfully? And I get the debate, and we've talked with Representative Roscoe before, because it was, I think his primary concern where he lives, where a lot of people are going through these areas. And I can understand the stress of law enforcement, but in the reality, our job isn't to make law enforcement's job easier, it's to protect the innocence of the general public. So, you're gonna have to sell me removing willfully and adding the language after 9 gives or maintains the innocent side to the general public that isn't going around the barriers. And that's my concern with removing the willfully, is there's no more proof that the state has to prove I willfully violated the law. If there's a sign and I'm past that barrier, the sign comes behind me.
Representative, I think you make a very good point, and we will certainly get into that as we discuss the bill. That is really a question for our good friends with YDOT. And so unless there's anything specific to the drafting of the bill with Heather, I'm going to let her get back and go to work on answering some of the questions we've had. Senator McEwen.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding there's 2 classes of misdemeanors in Wyoming. A regular misdemeanor, which the fine can go up to $1,000, and a high misdemeanor where the fine goes from $1,000 to $5,000. So I think that might clarify a few things, whether this would be a felony or not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Senator. Appreciate it. Heather, thank you for taking 2 or 3 of those things under consideration. If you could, we'll let you go ahead and do that, and we'll call on our good friends from YDOT to come up. It's been an ongoing issue for a little while, and we've dealt with it before, but Director, this is another visit about road closures.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thanks. Perhaps I can kick this off, and then we'll kick it over to Lieutenant Colonel Ratliff for some other comments. But just as a reminder, so this bill really I did specifically ask for, after watching it, frustration, really just a blatant disregard for the law. And in this particular case was up on I-90 this past year, and we just had many people run around the gate, right? It's not, I mean, it's not even a sign, it's a big gate that's down, right? And get stuck. And it cost us a day of having to pull those people out. And then we could start clearing the road, you know, as people clamor, you know, to, hey, why isn't the road open? Well, we got to get all the gate runners out first. And the other issue for us besides that is one of safety. So when the road is closed, there should be nobody on there except the people we know about. And we don't do it often, but sometimes we'll run our plows the wrong way down that road. And if we've got somebody on that road, not only does that put that person in jeopardy, it jeopardizes your plow drivers. And so, you know, it is an issue. And that's really, I think, what got us here today. I think there's been some good questions that's been asked that's worthy of some discussion. I can certainly take them, but let me just maybe see if Colonel Ratliff's got something to add at this point.
Director, before we go to the Colonel, that hopefully in part kind of answers some of the concern you brought up, Representative Burt, but I want to give you an opportunity to follow up with the Director if you have a more specific question related to willfully and other issues. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. Yeah, I'm not trying to take away from the seriousness of the nature. I mean, I understand that the reason it comes from it, but addressing that and making sure that we can keep our employees and our staff safe, still want to make sure that we have the protections from, you know, from that overreaching of state. So again, I'm not trying to diminish that, you know, there's a serious nature in there. I get that. But I'm still at that concern of removing language. How do we protect those that aren't doing it?
Mr. Chairman, if I could address some of that from the get-go, certainly not as a legal expert, or as a patrolman, but as I've talked to the patrol, and I'm sure he'll chime in here, is if you're stopped on the wrong side of a gate and it closed behind you, it's pretty obvious from when the gate was closed. We know when the gate's closed. We know where you're on the road, and you know what the speed of travel is. And the discretion that our troopers use every day in dealing with the traveling public comes into play there. And I have no doubt that if you say, hey, listen, I went through there an hour ago and it must have closed behind me, they'll know whether you're right or you're wrong. And they always typically give the traveler the benefit of the doubt. So that one really doesn't particularly concern me. The other one that we've talked about certainly is the WTAP, or permission to go around. That's why we ask people to sign up for the program, and you have your code, right? And if you happen to be the wrong side of the gate and get stopped and you forgot your code and you say, well, I live up there, it's pretty easy to look at your license plate and know. Mr. Chairman, I would like our law
Sure.
enforcement professional to weigh in here.
I'd love to go to the Colonel, and appreciate you being here. It's our final meeting and your final meeting with us, I think, Colonel, so thanks for being here.
Mr. Chairman, it is, and it's truly been a pleasure. Again, Shannon Ratliff with the Highway Patrol. Just a couple of observations here to maybe.
Close to the mic, if you would, Colonel Forrest.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you very much.
One concern here, and I think where this originated was that we have courts, we have prosecutors in courts that aren't prosecuting these cases simply because of that word willfully. Well, I drove around it, but I didn't see the sign. Okay, well, as the director talked about, there's typically a large gate, a physical obstruction you have to drive around. that accompanies that big sign that nobody misses. However, the wording is what it is, and you know, our legal folks argue what they argue. So that, I think, would absolutely address part of the issue. The issue that, Mr. Chairman, if I can, the issue that Representative Burt speaks to, it exists today without any change in the statute or the concern, the potential concern there. And the director, again, is absolutely right. The burden of proof is on the state. It's on us. If we can't, beyond the shadow of a doubt, prove that you went around a gate, we're not going to do that. And we're extremely concerned with our reputation, our character in our home courts, in front of our home judges, who are the ones that ultimately make that decision. And we're not going to jeopardize. We're not going to jeopardize that. So if there's any doubt whatsoever about it, and again, I mean, we encounter this every year, every winter, because not every road is signed. If you tell me I came from this direction, I came down this road, and this is how this happened, I'm gonna look at the time the road was closed. I typically would know those roads that you were describing, and I'm going to say, okay, sure, I understand that. And we have that. I mean, we have people that work at quarries, that work for the railroad, that travel those roads. And again, with the WTAP being the way it is, we frequently allow that kind of travel. I hope, Mr. Chairman, I hope that is addressed.
No, thank you, Colonel. I think the co-chairman has a question or a thought.
Thank you, Mr.
Regarding the
Chairman.
bill.
A little different take on the bill. We have a staff comment about requiring a sign with certain size lettering and that sort of thing. I think you use uniform traffic signage, whatever. Does that cover this issue of how big the lettering on a sign that says road closed should be?
Mr. Chairman, I am not that expert. However,
I see the expert coming to the table.
All right, Mr. Gillette, good to have you back with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer that question, all our signs meet MUTCD, which is what I believe you were referring to.
Yes.
So yes.
So
that acronym stands for?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any other time I could have probably rattled it off, but.
I didn't mean to throw you a curveball there.
It stands for the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices.
High five to the back of the room. Thank you. Now we have it. So go ahead, Mr. Co-Chairman. Anything else? Okay. So we may want to consider committee an amendment of some kind that folds that in. But if we do, Heather, it sounds like there's already some language that you would use, Director. Am I getting that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, my recommendation to you would be if you want to talk about the size, that the size of the sign meets the manual on standard traffic signs.
There you go.
That acronym always screws me up.
Yeah,
So-
maybe we leave it at the manual.
The traffic manual.
Heather.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I just was going to respond to that as well as all the other questions when you're ready.
Oh, okay, thank you. If you would hang on for just a moment, I want to make sure that we get any questions to the Colonel that the committee might have. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay. Go.
Sorry, if I
No,
may,
no,
just
no.
one more thing.
No problem, you're the man.
Those gates exist for a reason. We don't want people traveling on that road for a variety of reasons, one of which the road may not be passable. If we're not on that road and YDOT is not on that road and the public is, not only are you endangering your own life when you go around, and I know you've heard this, but not only are you endangering your own life if you go around that barrier, but you're going to endanger anyone else who has to come out there, and it's expected of us to come out and save you. And sometimes we can't, and then we'll deal with the backlash. But that puts us in a precarious position to have to decide to risk our own life to come out and save whomever went around the gate as well. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
It's a good point, Colonel. We don't want our troopers to have to crawl down into the borrow pit either. And so, good point made. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is going to come out of left field for me as a libertarian on trying to charge people on more money on stuff. But we also don't like people putting other people in harm's way. That's just kind of one of our nature, philosophical views. Is there anything in the current statute that prohibits the state from actually charging the tow fee to pull somebody out getting stuck passing one of these signs or these gates?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Burt, I don't know that anything like that exists today. Typically, we would have that vehicle towed. The tow company would charge them a fee, and if they're unlucky enough to have one of these companies that charge exorbitant fees come out, they're going to suffer greatly. However, they would be towed a fee, or I'm sorry, would be charged a fee.
Representative O'Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would have assumed all the people you pulled out that crossed that barrier got a $750 fine, in addition to paying their towing charge to the towing company.
Mr. Chairman.
Colonel?
And Representative O'Hearn. I'm 10 for 10 on that score, absolutely. If I have to go out there and I find you out there and I determine that you did, you're going to pay the price.
Did you say 10 for 10?
Well,
Man.
so to speak, sir.
Yeah.
100%.
That's a high five for a great record.
Mr. Chairman, maybe
Director.
just to perhaps follow up a little bit there, though, the issue though with the Representative O'Hearn brought up is we would give them a ticket. Whether or not it's upheld in court is the issue at hand. And because the claim is, oh, I didn't willfully go around it. And the ticket is thrown out. To the fee here, I think, and I'd have to look back, but I believe a lot of these, typically we do not pull people out of the ditch. That's a tow truck company. When the road is completely closed like that, I suspect there, to your point, there may have been some wide-eyed equipment used. Not a typical action of ours. But in this case, we're trying to get the road open.
Heather, let's thank you for taking a look at 2 or 3 things. Would you mind taking the microphone for a minute? Catch us up on what you found out.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, as to the question of when this statute was last amended, the fee in this statute was amended, that was in 2009. And before that, in 2009, that is what the amendment was. It amended $750 in for $100, which had been established in 1953. No, sorry, probably 1957. So that was changed in 2009. And as to an amount that being required for being a felony or a misdemeanor or high felony, there is not a limit on the amount. For example, criminally negligent homicide has a fine of $2,000, and that's a misdemeanor. You know, there's not, the fine amount does not determine whether it is a misdemeanor or a felony. And then as to the what happens as to the exemptions for someone who lives on Happy Jack Road or outside of Casper, for example, or anything like that, that subsections B and C in this very section of law, 24-1-109, this amends subsection A, B and C specify that a person specifically that the department can allow folks to go around. And what they say actually is that the department or State Highway Patrol is who can do it, is who can grant that permission. And then subsection C is that it's on a case-by-case basis. It can be on a case-by-case basis as well. So that's the going around. And then just one other section or response is that if the committee does want to discuss qualifications for the signs, it could be instructive to look at the statute that's just before this that talks about the different ways that they may close, that the department may close a road. That's what's referred to, if you'll look at line 11 on page 2, when they say that these, these different signs, markers, and things are given under statute 24-1-108. That's where 108 talks about that they can erect suitable barriers. See, that wouldn't necessarily apply because a barrier would be pretty darn hard to go around, but warnings and signs and things like that. So if the committee were to insert something that a sign would need to be compliant with the MUTCD, then it could, I do have a recommended location, but we could also look at 108 if the committee wishes.
Heather, I suspect that amendment is going to be proposed. I have it on good authority. So if you would give some thought to how it would be appropriate to put that in this bill, I think it has a pretty good chance to pass if we do suggest it. So to make sure that signage, if we're going to rely on that being the basis of arresting somebody for being out there, we want to make sure that signage is proper. Okay?
Oh, and Mr. Chairman, one other thing. I do believe that a previous version of this bill only had, I believe it did not have anything from 9 through 15. I think all it did previously was strike willfully, so it didn't add in there, what evidence is required. So that's what this one was attempting to do, is to try to give the example of, how do you prove it? Since it's such up in the air of proving what willfully means.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Gentlemen, anything further? I'm inclined to go to some public comment on this unless there's questions of the department. Any further questions? Director, go ahead. Okay, thank you both. We reserve the right to call you forward again. So, okay, we are currently discussing 024, working draft .5, which is winter road closures. Popular topic when it comes around to this time of year. Every time we come to fall, into winter. Any public comment? Does anybody want to come forward and dip their toe in this snowbank? Okay, we'll close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure on 24? Okay, moved by Senator Anderson, seconded by Representative Obermuller. Let's work the bill, committee. I'll just open it up for suggestions. Amendments. Representative Stiver.
Yes, I amend, like to put an amendment in there on line 1, page 2. Ordinary observant person who fails.
Ordinarily.
Ordinary. Yeah, ordinary observant person in there. I've talked to a few of the highway patrolmen. I've looked up and talked with other state patrolmen on how their road closure works. And none of their have willingly in it, they all state ordinary observant person.
Do I have a second for that motion? Senator Anderson. Can you go over that one more time, Representative? Thank you. We're on page 2, line 1.
Line 1, ordinary observant person.
In place of the word any. Okay? Ordinary observant in place of the word any. Okay? I do not have a second. So,
I'll second it for discussion.
okay, by golly, you got it, the co-chairman seconded for you, so, discussion. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Anderson.
So you're saying you're going to replace any, or is it going to be any ordinary person?
Any ordinary observant person or observant person.
But you left any in there.
Yeah, any
You didn't
observant
take
person.
any out.
No, I didn't.
Oh, my apologies, Senator. I wrote down the word ordinary. I thought
Because-
that was thrown in there. So let's just get clarification, Representative.
Yeah.
Say that
Any-
again.
Any observant person who fails to observe any sign, marker, warning. The way I understand it is, there's, me coming across I-80, there's signs, road closed ahead, road closed ahead. You go by 3 or 4 of them, and then you go by the gates, you're not paying attention.
Okay, any further discussion? Are you ready for question on the amendment? Okay, Representative Romero Martinez.
I think just a point of edit, it's ordinarily observant person, I think. And that's what I'm getting on a Google search. I think that might help the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I just found the picture of something that Representative Stivar had me take back in August. And yes, it says an ordinarily observant person. Ordinarily observant person. That is from it is in a reference, it's in a statute for Colorado in obedience to official traffic control devices.
So we'd be borrowing language out of the state to the south?
It's also in the state of Utah statute.
Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
Anderson.
do we have a definition of ordinarily observant in our statute somewhere that tells what that is? Or are we going to let the 3 or 6 attorneys argue about it on the floor? I don't think we have a definition.
Heather, let me get that question answered, and then I'll come back to Senator Pappas. But Heather, that's actually a good question. If we throw something like this in there, do we have anything in statute that would tell us what an ordinarily observant person is?
Mr. Chairman, that would be something that would be determined by a court on a case-specific basis, often based on the facts that are presented. Typically, in common law, that's how ordinary or the reasonable man standard is either of those standards are typically addressed. I do see that in statute, it's ordinarily is not in here very often, but there is an ordinarily prudent person. In these different, a couple places where ordinarily prudent person, it is not also defined what ordinarily means, because I think typically that would be a common
Okay,
use
so
of the
bottom line
word.
is, if we put this language in, we're relying on the courts to decide who an ordinarily
Well,
observant
yes,
person
Mr.
is.
Chairman, but that is what courts historically have done, is like evaluated the reasonable man standard and ordinarily observant person. Both sides, or however many sides, would be able to present evidence as far as what is ordinarily prudent or ordinarily observant, that it would be how it would be typically done.
Okay, Senator Pappas.
This is really confusing to me, and I think that we're talking about an observant person. Ordinarily is, an adjective of the observant person. So wouldn't somebody say, well, I'm not observant, so I didn't fail? I mean, it makes no sense. I think it makes perfect sense, just any person who fails to observe the sign. Let's just, why are we complicating it?
Okay, further discussion. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? Heather, go ahead.
So sorry, Mr. Chairman. In 31-5-402, which is Title 31 is the transportation statute. There is a section about obedience to devices, and meaning traffic devices, and a provision of no provision of this act. Basically, that already accounts for the ordinarily observant person, because the driver of any vehicle shall obey the instructions of any official traffic control device. And then subsection B in that very same section is saying that talking about things that are sufficiently legible to be seen by an ordinarily observant person. So it is, should the committee see fit to insert this, it's kind of already covered, or it would be, what do y'all like to say, belt and suspenders to put it in, but it is already covered, that's what a driver is supposed to already be, is ordinarily observant in a statute over in the Title 31.
Thank you, Heather. It sounds like that's already referenced in this statute. Committee, question on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no?
No.
Okay, that amendment fails. We're back on page 2. Anything further? Mr. Co-Chairman, are you ready to suggest out of the staff comment a reference to, okay, Representative Burt, let's go to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got to go on record on putting an amendment out, whether it fails or not. Page 2, line 1, to reinsert it willfully.
Okay, do I have a second? Seconded by Representative Stivar. Discussion. All those in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no?
No.
Okay, that amendment has failed as well. Anything else on page 2? Mr. Co-Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would, I guess, insert at the end of line 15, any sign, marker, warning, notice, etc., shall meet the requirements of the MUTCD as adopted by the department.
Okay, moved and seconded to insert language which references that manual that we talked about, appropriately making sure that signage is consistent and meets with federal guidelines. Further discussion? Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're really getting in the weeds here. We've got an entire group that builds those signs, and they know all the rules of what they're going to do and what they're supposed to do. I don't think we need to tell them what to do. I think the department can write that in their own rules, and they've done a fantastic job over the last 50 years making signs for us in the state of Wyoming. I don't think we need this in this statute. Thank you.
So you're going to be a no? Okay, further discussion on the proposed amendment. Question on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. Boy, we're throwing them up and knocking them down. That's the way we get to the bill. Anything further on page 2? Okay, are you ready for question on the bill?
Please.
Okay. Heather, would you please take roll on 024 working draft point 5?
Senator Anderson? Aye. Senator Furphy?
Aye.
Senator McEwen? Aye. Senator Pappas?
Aye.
Representative Baker? Representative Burt?
No.
Representative Henderson? Representative McGuire? Representative Obermueller? Representative O'Hearn? Representative Romero Martinez? Representative Stivar? Co-Chairman Burkhart? Chairman Landon?
Aye.
13 ayes.
All right, committee, nice work as usual. That bill has a ways to go, and those with a couple of thoughts can share them again during session after having thought about it. Okay, committee, 025 is the Highway Safety Child Restraint Bill. I'd like to go to some public comment on this bill. Unless we, Director, do you have any thoughts on this bill? Is there, I'm happy to go to the department. I think this is one that we have talked about and asked to be drafted up, so.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, just a couple thoughts from the department. One, certainly, we do see this as an enhancement to the safety of our roads and really critical for the children who really don't have a voice of their own. I will tell you that we do have a proposed amendment. When you get to that place, I believe that it's been given to Heather. I'd like to verify that. But the nature of the amendment is in the best practices now coming out of the national safety standards. The issue is not so much your second birthday, because people are different sizes and heights by their second birthday. And the really issue becomes when you reach the weight or height limitation that's set by the manufacturer of the car seat. And so the proposed amendment, should you chose to go that way, would change line 15 through 17 to read basically the child safety restraint system required by this subsection shall be rear facing until the child reaches either the age of 2 or the weight or height limit specified by the manufacturer of the child safety seat, to add that in there.
Okay, thank you, Director. Anything else regarding this bill? Colonel, any thoughts you have? You're welcome to share.
Mr. Chairman, quickly, this is a bill that this committee has seen before. It's a national push, the Turn It 2 campaign, and would offer that it really, I mean, other than a potential for a fine enhancement, it enhances safety for children. Yeah.
The statute, Colonel, currently, if I'm reading this correctly, currently has a $50 fine in it. And I'm looking at Heather also. Is that what I understand with the paragraph on page 3? Paragraph A, under the statutes currently has 50. This is whether or not we want to include that language and bump it to 100 or up to 200. Can you
Yes,
help
Mr.
me with that, either one of you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the penalty for this statute, which is 1303, is in 1304. And it is currently $50 for a violation, but then for a second or subsequent violation, it is 100. And so what's in the staff comment would increase it by whatever amount the committee chooses, but that was just from another bill draft.
Colonel,
And I will look up when that was last changed right now.
Thank you. Colonel, I'm curious if we've ever fined somebody $50 for the lack of one of these.
Mr. Chairman, I gotta believe that if we do, it's fairly rare. We're really engaged in more of an education perspective and drive versus enforcement. I gotta believe it's rare.
Just, you can tell where I'm going. I'm wondering if we even need subparagraph A, which puts a fine in place if you don't have your child restrained properly. I guess it's been there for a while.
Mr. Chairman, I got to tell you, I don't know that I'm going to get hung up on the fine. I believe that a lot of folks with the best of intentions can't understand these seats that we have today. I mean, they're incredible, but they're complex. And frequently, we encounter folks that have their child not necessarily accurately fastened in, and we're pretty understanding.
I absolutely believe that. Ironically, I got to share this real quickly. We've got a little grandson, and so we had to get a child restraint mechanism for the back seat. And it's one of those that you just referenced, Colonel. Honest to God, I had to get a YouTube video to figure out how to put that thing in there. I'm not kidding you. I haven't been kicked around like that since 5th grade. So anyway, thank you, Colonel, appreciate it. Committee, any questions of the department? Senator Pappas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. To your comment about not needing paragraph A, I think we need the paragraph A in case people actually willfully decide they're going to thumb their nose at it. And so they may be able to use it as a teaching thing and not fine them the first time, give them a warning and everything. But if there's someone out there that actually just thumbing their nose at them, I think we need that just for that.
So Senator, when we work the bill here in a moment, that's an amendment that we can bring to include this in the bill, because as it stands now, we just simply have the language on page 2. So we'll have to bring that subparagraph A language in out of 1304, correct?
Mr. Chairman, only if you want to change the fine.
Only if we want to change it, that's
Would
right.
you need to bring it
because
in?
We have a $50 fine and a
Correct.
$100 fine
Exactly.
for subsequent, and that's already in statute, so.
Yes,
something
Mr.
to think
Chairman.
about. Okay. Anything further? Thank you, gentlemen. I want to go to public comment. If there's someone who would like to visit with us about highway safety child restraints. I knew it. I knew we'd get some public comment sometime this afternoon. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mary Ann Shaner on behalf of State Farm Insurance, and we do stand in support of this draft bill for purposes of safety. I believe that Catherine Wilkinson will also be testifying remotely as well, so appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of the bill and stand for any questions.
Ms. Shaner, thank you. Any questions of Ms. Shaner? Thanks for coming in on a moment's notice so that we can work this bill.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Marianne. Thank you. And so, Heather, we do have somebody online, I understand.
Yes, we have
Ms.
Ms.
Wilkinson, maybe? Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilkinson, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Wilkinson here today on behalf of American Property and Casualty Insurance Association. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join you remotely. Mr. Chairman, American Property and Casualty Insurance Association stands strongly in support of this bill. We support anything that will improve safety measures on highways. Vehicle crashes are a major cause of death for children in the United States, and by using car restraints, there is statistics that properly installed car seats will reduce fatalities in children by 71 to 82%. Mr. Chairman, I did hear the department's proposed amendment, and I am checking and clarifying with my client, but I do believe that weight and height would be appropriate to add into the bill. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkinson. Any questions for Catherine this afternoon? Thank you for joining us on the fly and allowing us to work this bill this afternoon. Appreciate it, Ms. Wilkinson. Okay. Any other public comment on this bill? Anything further? Okay, we'll close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure? Okay, moved by Representative Baker, seconded by Representative Romero Martinez. It's a mouthful, Representative. Okay, committee, let's work the bill. There have been a couple of suggested amendments potentially, so unless there's nothing on page 1, let's go to page 2.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative O'Hearn.
can we change on line 5, and if we don't accept the thing from the YDOT, his should be changed to their 9th birthday or their weight on lines 15 and 5?
I am looking to Heather. Heather, from a conforming standpoint, how do we deal with that in our statutes? I thought that we still used the male pronoun, did we not? But the suggestion is to use THEIR.
Mr. Chairman, I am sorry, but will you please tell me a line that you're on?
Yes, line 5. And I think we're going to change line 15. So the reference is to his 9th birthday versus their.
Mr. Chairman, what we have been doing in recent years would be to say, we would strike his and then insert who has not reached the child's. So alleviating use of the pronoun altogether.
Would Representative O'Hearn, would that meet with your approval?
The child's.
The child's with the
Yes.
possessive? Okay. Do I have a second on that amendment? Seconded by Representative Obermuller. Senator, go ahead.
Can we include both lines at the same time? In the amendment?
We sure can. Let's include both lines, but we're gonna amend the second one out here in a matter of 33 seconds.
Okay. You're right.
Okay, so go ahead, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just going back to the discussion we had on the floor of the House about this bill, I just want to caution the committee to not go down this road, I guess, in this bill and just kind of stick to the fundamental aspect of what this bill is trying to achieve, which is safety. I just fear that if we get into the pronoun discussion, it's going to put it off track. And the other thing too, I just want to caution the committee about the staff comments and increasing the fine. That was really the major contentious issue that prevented this bill from moving forward in the past. We're just trying to focus on safety. We're trying to focus on making sure that our kids are safe in their car seats. And I just want to offer those comments. Thank you.
That's good stuff, Representative. Thank you. And the rest of those discussions I'll hold for a little bit. We've got a motion on the floor, and that is to change the language on line 5, striking the word his and going to the word child's, possessive. All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? Okay, that amendment passes. Now we're back on the bill. Anything further on page 2? Senator Pappas.
Again, page 2 at the bottom where it says penalty is actually line 27. It's really in the staff comment. I don't have any issue about changing the fee. The intent I want to make an amendment on a line, it'd be on line 3, but page 2 or page 3, line 2, any person and who either we can insert the word willfully violates, or we could change the word shall to may. The intent here is to give the department discretion. If it's going to be if they're trying to educate people and they're not really trying to be punitive. Somebody who's willful is thumbing their nose at him. So we could either put the word willfully violates, or we could just say they may issue the citation, so they don't have to if it's a teaching moment.
Senator,
And I don't care whether we change the fee or not. I just want that to happen.
Senator, I'm going to come back to you because that is a page 3, and I think we've got something else we wanted to. Yeah, page 2. Okay, I'll grant you that. Let's come back to that because you've got 2 suggestions there that we may want to talk about further. There is a suggested amendment on line 15 from the Department of Transportation. Would somebody like to move that amendment? Representative O'Hearn and second by Representative Henderson reference the suggested amendment, which would go in on line 15. The child safety restraint system required by this subsection shall be rear-facing until the child reaches either the age of 2 or the weight or height limit specified by the manufacturer of the child safety seat. Okay, does everybody follow? All those in favor? Okay, Heather.
Mr. Chairman?
Take it away, Heather.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if the committee may want to amend this amendment to insert whichever comes first or whichever comes last. Do they want,
Does it not, does the language reaches either the age of 2 or the weight or height limit? Doesn't that do that? You need a whichever comes first?
Mr. Chairman, that is a whichever comes first, yes. I apologize if that's, as the committee would, yeah, okay.
I think the language, thank you, Heather.
Okay.
No, it's good to double check it, but I think when it says either, the child's going to reach either this or that. Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Go ahead, Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, just a change, maybe it could be a friendly amendment, but on the last word seat, above we called it a child safety restraint system, so I think we should keep the same language. It's because we deleted infant seat, we're calling it now a child safety restraint system, so it should be the manufacturer of the child safety restraint system.
The bringer of the amendment, are you good with that? Is that a friendly amendment? Are we good with the second on that? Okay, the friendly amendment then would be to second reference child safety restraint system. Okay. Any further comments on this amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no? Okay, that amendment passes. And now let's go, Senator Pappas, you wanted to talk about subparagraph A, which appears in 31.5.1304, which is the penalty for under subparagraph A. So go ahead, Heather.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if, sometimes doing these things on the fly and it's easy to miss some things, but one thing that I ought to have pointed out in that section, because I was just pointing out the increases of fines, but that subsection A, you'll notice in this penalty section, it says that any person who violates this can be fined whatever amount you want it to be. It says for the first offense, provided that the fine shall be waived by the court upon receipt of proof by the court that the offender, after the offense occurred, has purchased, leased, or otherwise acquired a child safety restraint system which meets the requirements of this article. So it could be that that was discussed a little bit ago is somewhat accounted for in that, sure, they're given that, but then it's waived. Anyway, I just wanted to point that out because I had only really focused on the changed language and not all that language in between that exists.
Yeah, thank you, Heather. Appreciate that. Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The problem is the proof has to be made by a court. I heard testimony that this is a teaching moment, and sometimes at this actual scene, they won't write the ticket, right? Or here it says, any person who violates this article shall be issued a citation, shall be issued a citation. But if they're trying to teach folks who are not knowledgeable about this, and they don't want to issue this citation, I think you have to change it before. So I think you gotta have either willfully violates or just change the shall to may.
Representative Obermuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would support the idea of changing shall to may. Adding the word willfully is, other than adding 4 hours of debate on the floor house with these attorneys, I just don't think it's necessary to do that or introduce that if we change shall to may. So that's what I would support.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Senator
I'm
Pappas.
good with that, and so my amendment would be to change the word shall to may. And unless someone else wants to change the fine, I'm okay with leaving it alone. So all the other changes won't be there. There's not in my amendment anyhow.
So we have a motion on the floor, moved by Senator Pappas, second by Representative Obermuller, to change the word shall in line 2 rather, which is subparagraph A on page 3, from shall to may. My only thought, committee, is whether or not we want to even delve into this part of the statutes under 1304. It might be better left alone, but Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I would not advocate making the changes that we have under A at all, period. I would just delete all of that. This was a hard-fought battle on the House side anyway of getting this bill through, and I really don't want to say fiddle with the bill anymore or the statutes any more than we have to, mainly because of, I remember the floor discussion and debate on this, and it was a hard-fought win for those who favored the bill. So I guess I would propose we don't even accept it, A, on page 3.
Mr. Co-Chairman, it feels like that simply, if we leave it alone, then this portion on page 3 is not included in the bill. It doesn't even come forward because that's already in statute. But go ahead, Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, well, I'm okay with leaving it alone, but then you're asking the department to look sideways, right? Because it says shall, they shall issue the citation. They catch anybody, they have to, by statute, issue the citation. Is that what we want? I heard not. Am I reading it wrong? Do we not want to give that flexibility to the highway department or to the patrol? Or to whoever is using the statute? I guess it would be any law enforcement agency. We're making them issue that citation and so they have no leniency.
I understand the argument, Senator. It sounds like we aren't making them up to this point, but go ahead, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the previous question, and I think the question was, is he going to change shall to may? And then we can address whether we want to include A or not. So I'd like to move that previous question and see if we.
We'll sure take up that amendment right away, Senator, but once we put that in there, this entire paragraph will appear in the bill that we send to the session.
Doesn't have to.
The entire paragraph will.
Doesn't have to if we move it out. We can change the wording in it and move it out.
Okay, I guess it's easy to throw something over a 5'6" head, but that all went way over my head, Senator.
Yeah.
Heather, if we amend subparagraph A under this
Doesn't matter if we amend it.
statute 31.5.1304, it will appear in this bill during the session, will it not?
Mr. Chairman, I was taking it as implicit that if it's the committee's will to make this amendment, that yes, this would be included in the bill draft. I believe what Senator Anderson is saying is that since it's in a staff comment currently, it's not in the current bill. I was taking it as implicit that if you all voted on this amendment, it would go in the bill. So if you
Yeah,
want
if
to
we
separate
voted-
that out, then
And
you
that's
need to
fine.
tell
If,
me.
if we vote for this amendment, committee, just know that this paragraph will appear in the bill. Because this is nothing but a staff comment right now. If we make this amendment, and I'll come to Senator Pappas in just a second, I'm just trying to help everybody understand. If we pass this to a may versus shall, that language has to be suggested in the bill so that we can move the bill through the session. Go ahead. Mr. Co-Chairman, then we'll go to Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, I think what we need to do is to take this in order, is to vote on including A or not, then address the issue of may or shall. I think that's what Senator Anderson was getting at, if I'm correct.
I think you could do it either way, but yeah, I like your approach.
Senator Pappas, it's all yours. You created this, so here we go.
My amendment said to include the entire paragraph A with one change, one word change, shall to may. I'm not changing any of the fees or anything else. So what you see in blue and red is not there. I'm just including the entire paragraph with one word that changes shall to may. And I think it's incumbent upon us to give the flexibility to the department, because we're forcing the department to actually issue the citation. Now, maybe we ought to ask the department to comment on that. But, you know, if it's not a problem for them, then I'll say, forget it.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Colonel, thank you for coming forward. I hope this doesn't confuse too much where we've been, but I think you're probably following what the discussion is. Please weigh in.
Mr. Chairman, I hope so. I believe many of the statutes that we deal with have the word shall in it. I don't, that hasn't been an issue to date, and I don't foresee it being an issue in the future.
Okay, Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, so I think what I heard you say is if we defeat changing shall to may, then we can also defeat paragraph A. Is that correct? But if we pass shall to may, you think we have to include paragraph A?
Mr. Chairman, I just simply withdraw.
Go
my
ahead,
amendment. I
Senator
withdraw
Pappas.
my amendment.
Okay, so that amendment has been withdrawn. So that, what you see on page 3 is merely a staff comment. That's all it is. That's not going to appear in this bill as it moves to the session if we pass the bill. Does that make sense? Okay. Anything else on the bill, committee? Are you ready for the question? Heather, please take roll.
Senator Anderson? Aye. Senator Furphy?
Aye.
Senator McEwen? Senator Pappas?
Aye.
Representative Baker? Representative Burt? Representative Henderson? Representative McGuire? Representative Obermuller? Representative O'Hearn? Representative Romero Martinez? Representative Stivar? Co-Chairman Burkhart?
Aye.
Chairman Landon?
Aye.
14 aye.
Thank you, Heather. Committee, that brings us to the end of today's work. Really appreciated everyone's involvement and interest. Nice job. Heather, any announcements from either of the Heathers that we need to consider for tomorrow or for today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Tomorrow starts at 7:30. As the committee will note from the agenda. And I guess that's everything.
You want to still start at 7:30? Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Co-Chairman, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, as I'll chair tomorrow, I would stick with 7:30. The weather's supposed to turn bad. They're predicting anywhere from 1 to 5 inches of snow on the weather forecast. So this gives people an opportunity maybe to get on the road a little earlier. to get home earlier, if that's acceptable. We just stick with 7:30. We've already gained about an hour, maybe even more, so we should be able to finish up mid-afternoon by doing that.
So what that means is, committee, you got to get up before breakfast. Yeah. Be sure to get up before breakfast. You're wanting the chairman to buy breakfast now?
You already buy your breakfast, all right.
Yeah. Don't spur that horse too hard, Representative Obermueller. Okay, Senator Anderson. Well, there you go. Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned for the day. We will see everybody at 7:30 in the morning.